Brothers and sisters, welcome. Welcome to Professor Spira Brother Air Unleashed. We are going to exorcise the demons tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? You might want to, for this broadcast, you got the children around. I don't know. We're gonna go into some stuff today, brothers and sisters. We're gonna get busy with it, and let's make sure this is all the way in, so you can read this properly. There you go. There you go. That's the message of the day. The message of the day today is clean that ass, because until we start truly getting people to clean that ass, this is the reality that we are destined to repeat over and over and over again, and it will never change. It will only get worse. It will only get filthier. It's only going to get more insane, more macabre, more pain, more suffering. More suffering. How much suffering do you want? How much depression do you need in your life before you start to change what you put into your body, and you start to change what you take out of your body? Get rid of the toxic waste. Get rid of the mucoid plaque. Get rid of the slime. Get rid of the eggs and the dairy and the milk and the cheese. Get that out of your system. Clean that out of your ass. Clean that out of your life, out of your bloodstream. Get rid of the insanity. What are these people eating? That's the magic question. That's what you ask when you see somebody coming in, blowing up a building, going into a church, slaughtering a bunch of innocent people. What were they all eating? What was everybody eating? Until you understand that, until we can deal with the behavior of improper eating, the behavior that comes out of eating pus and mucus forming foods, until we can get to that, there is no peace. There will never be peace. There will never be tranquility. This is not how humans are supposed to act, to live, to be. This is not supposed to be our reality. But cause and effect, because we live so desperately far away from nature, this is all we have to look forward to. The pain, the suffering, the insanity. You might be able to run away from it for a couple days, but it will find you. It's gonna find you. Don't think you can go get you a little cabin in the woods, thinking that you're gonna miss all this. But as long as that pus is on your plate, it's coming for you. It's coming for you. See, we one blood, one nation, one people, and what happens to one of us happens to all of us. So when you clean yourself up, you are doing the greatest good for all of humanity, for your brothers, your sisters, your enemies, your loved ones. You are cleaning up the entire situation. And that is how we are meant to live. That's how we meant to exist. Not this nutty buffoonery, this joke of a society, this joke of a nation. Find me the nation of people eating fruits and green leafy vegetables, and I will show you a rational, calm, clear-minded people, a peaceful people, a people not stimulated to desire the freak party, the drug overdose parties, peace and tranquility. It's time for a change. It's time for a change. And everything else that you've tried has not worked. You've tried to change. Well, let's get into the government. I'm going to get into office and I'll change it from the inside. And then other people say, well, we'll change it from the outside. We're going to protest this and we're going to change it. As long as pus and mucus is on the plate, it ain't going to change. And that is the foundation of the tragedy of nutrition that we always talk about, that Professor Arnold Ehret brought forth. The tragedy of nutrition. The tragedy is that people feel as if they need the very foods that are causing their demise. There is nothing more tragic than that paradox, than that misunderstanding that continues to cause so much unnecessary pain, suffering, and death on this planet. There is nothing more important than this message, and there's nothing more important than your health and you dropping everything and running to get on the path to clean yourself up and heal yourself. Nothing compares to that. If you want to talk about your service to your family, your bloodline, your God, your whatever, how are you going to serve if you're not here? How are you going to serve if you're looking at the ceiling of a hospital room? Them carting in this pure pus crap to give you that will not help you heal at all. How are we going to move forward? Because believe me, if we don't get it together, this human experiment can be wiped off and start over again. This thing, you don't think we can be wiped out? They'll just wipe this right on off and we'll start over again. But there's no need for that. We've been given information. We've been given a chance and an opportunity to clean ourselves up. There's nothing more important than this, than what you ate today, what you ate yesterday, what you're going to eat tomorrow. There's nothing more important than that in our world right now, in our lives. And you can try to come up with something and tell, well, what's more important to that? Whatever you think is more important than that, this is more important than that. The total transformation of the human body, the human species, the human spirit. We talking about a whole billions of people with bad breath, impure breath, bad, spiro breath, stank, nasty, pus-based breath. Doesn't have to be this chaotic, doesn't have to be this insane, doesn't have to be like this. But sometimes we got to wake up. Sometimes you got to realize that there's no time to waste. There's no time to sit back and, well, I hope other people do this or that, or I hope that this is good, or that maybe it'll pass me over. Those days are over. Those days of hiding, the old school Mucusless Diet Healing System practitioners kind of hid to themselves and just like, okay, we're going to do this. We're not going to go out and tell nobody because you get attacked, you get messed with and all that kind of stuff. We don't got that type of time anymore. The clock is running out. And so very soon is basically going to be two types of people. It's going to be the people that's on this path, trying to get ourselves together, cleaning ourselves up, that understand that we can eradicate human illness as we know it. We can get to a point where we no longer have just the way that we think about human illness, that can be totally transformed, totally just on a whole different level, to the point where it doesn't exist. In 2 to 3 or 4 generations, we can eradicate what we know of as disease and human illness, totally transform it. Will it be totally gone? No, but elimination is going to be around a while because we have a lot of filth to clean up, a lot of toxic waste to get out of our system. So, yeah, so there's going to be elimination, but this chronic illness, this deformity, some of these things, that can be eliminated out of the species. Not eating pus and mucus. But with proper transition over generations. See, we talking patience now. One of the chief virtues of the Mucusless Diet Healing System, patience. When you get and understand that length of time, how long this will take. Everybody, today, somebody asked, I think I saw a comment. Somebody was asking, are you done transitioning? Have you transitioned all the way yet? You guys aren't getting it. This is a transition of the species, a generational transition. This isn't you transition for a few years and you're going to clean all this up. This is you clean yourself up, have some children, clean them up. They're going to have some children. They clean their children up. And 2 or 3 generations down, come back to me and let's see. Let's look at the kind of illnesses that deep. 3 to 4 generations down. Let's see what's left. If this is really being done properly. If the cleansing is really being done, adherence to the transition diet, adherence to the principles of the system, being patient, not trying to rush, not this. It's not with us. It's not about a dogmatic thing. It's not about you got to be 100% something. You have to be 100% raw or 100% mucus free or 100%. That's not us. That's everybody else talks like that. That you gotta, and they put all this emphasis on these percentages. I'm this percentage. I'm a certain percentage of whatever. Is not about that. I'm saying run to the path. Let's get you on the path. That's where the forcefulness is. Get to the path. Deal with the psychological part. I'm hardcore on that part in terms of let's deal with these and tear down the weak-mindedness that has brought us to this point. The intellectual uncuriosity, to be less than curious, to just accept these ideas and theories as if they are fact, to just accept the protein theory as if it's fact because you've been a pawn that's been marketed to and conditioned to believe in that theory. No one told you that you were allowed to question the protein theory. No one told you that you were allowed to question the good fats, bad fats theory, that you were allowed to question the B12 theory, that you were allowed to question the vitamins theory, that you were allowed to question the omega-3 theory. No one told you that you were allowed to question it. Look at its history, and if it makes no sense, get rid of it. Get rid of it. No one says you have to believe those things, but people act as if they do. People act as if, well, this is just how it is. You've been a pawn in somebody else's marketing scheme and plan to control and manipulate your mind. As if you've never asked that question, if you've never questioned the validity of these theories, and many of us, I'm talking, we're talking as people, we start from where we all start from. So a lot of us started there. But if you're not questioning these theories, then they got you. They got you. That fear. They got you with that fear. Scared that you're not going to get enough of something. Scared that you have to take their pills. You got to take their supplements. You got to essential. Put that word in there. That's some marketers sat down. I mean, man, this is where you're getting your information from. There's marketers, like think of Mad Men, this guy sitting around smoking cigarettes, kind of just like, what can we come up with today? How can we make people feel as if they have to eat this, or they have to take this pill, or they, how can we do this? How can we? And then they say, let's see, essential fat. Let's put the word essential on it. Essential fatty acid. Oh, wow. That's a good one, Joe. That's a good one. Let's write that one down. What else you got for me? Well, we did a little research and people seem to respond well to the word super. So let's put the word super in front of foods. And we can just say that anything's a superfood. Brilliant, Carl. That's a good job. Here's an extra cigarette for you, Carl. You did a good job. You just invented the concept of superfoods. There's no such thing as superfoods, and there's no such thing as omega fatty acid 3 and vitamin B27 and all this stuff. Our ancestors lived thousands and thousands and thousands of years in better shape and condition than us. Don't buy into the history of Europe hype, the history of the European, which is generally when people start citing these stupid kinds of stuff like, oh, people live so much longer today than they did back in the. No, you're not going back far enough. Yeah, the folks living in Europe they had some of the worst diets on the planet. Of course, they're not going to live very long into their 30s and 40s, and you'd be elderly if you're in your 50s, and when you're living in that kind of situation. We're talking about let's go on back. We don't have. You go back in the middle of Africa with those folks. You don't have that data to get at, and so that's what we got to be looking at. That physiological transformation is the key. Is what it's all about. And so it's time to wake up, and it's time to clean that ass, and maybe it's time to see who's behind the curtain, who's behind the clean.
This is all I got to say. I don't have nothing else to say. I'm prepared to hold this for the whole show. I don't have nothing else to say. I'm just sick of people, and I don't have any kind of knowledge to impart because we're just not getting it. So this is my message to the world.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's.
I'm just, but really. Yeah, man. It's great to be here with no mask on.
No mask.
It's great that I can shake Spira's hand. We're not afraid to hug it.
Yeah.
So back to living again.
Yeah.
You dig? And so that's part of the message is let's start to live, because we have not been living with a certain amount of nobility and majesty. We've been living as stewards of the deaf culture. What's the word of enablers of the deaf culture. And so we want to talk about culture this evening, about how do you go about creating a culture? How do you create contentment for yourself? What does it take to keep a culture thriving? Just like the Europeans decided to invade the world, but they used the way they put it out is they said, well, we going looking for religious freedom. It wasn't about religious freedom. It was about two things. wealth and power.
Yeah.
That's all it was about. But they did it. Now imagine going to a new land and having no rules that you would not do as far as breaking those rules.
Get a little closer to mine.
That you would not break those rules to get whatever it is you want to attain. This was the mucus and pus principle. Doing whatever, what we use that term, by any means necessary. So here becomes this culture of mucus and pus. But they seeked out and they took the chance about going to unknown places. Point being, that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to stop being afraid of creating our own culture, creating our own surroundings. There are places, I mean, even still today in America, there are places that white folks can live and drive for miles and never see black people. Now, I'm not trying to bring up a racist point. What I'm saying is that they've created an environment that they control. What's the problem with us and resources? Why is it that we never have resources? And I'm not talking about black people. What I'm talking about is people who want to be mucusless. And I'm not saying to not be around other people, but it would be nice to be able to be surrounded by mucuslessness for at least 5 miles, 10 miles.
Right. Yeah.
At least.
Give us a few miles.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm not asking for a country.
Right.
I'm just asking for some miles where you don't have to go over here and you don't see this, or you don't have nobody acting like this and things.
No, yeah. The barbecue perimeter. No barbecues.
Yeah. You don't even smell the smoke.
The fine for a barbecue is like, $2,000 and 90 days in jail.
We have to start thinking like that and not being afraid. Fear's done killed our inspiration and our whole nature of wanting to see this kind of vision. And I'm saying the same way that the mucus and pus oppressors seen their vision, and we're living in that vision.
Right.
See, we are under that kind of regime. So we have to start seeing our vision and taking it seriously. Be willing to risk it all. That's what me and Spira do. We risk it all. We don't work for nobody. We don't have to be here or be there. We take it like that. Sometimes I hear people are just so afraid of quitting their jobs. Oh, because they have children. Oh, because, but how are you going to build what you want if you don't take a chance? You can always get another job.
Right.
I mean, if you know what I mean, but we don't want to take a chance at building our vision. And that's the only people that I want to be around, is those who are willing to take a chance, tightrope walk without no net. 2021 is that for me in terms of I'm just not putting up with making mucus and pus practitioners feel comfortable. I'm not doing that. I'm not giving you the little smile and hey, how you doing? No, no,
Right.
no. We gotta literally let them know that their lifestyle is foul. Family members, close friends, we gotta draw the line in the sand because things aren't gonna change when we try to, we just gotta wait until they come around. And no, I don't have to wait. You don't have to wait. We can build. There's enough of us that we can build something. You dig? And it started because America didn't start out like New York City, skyscrapers and Central Parks and places like that. It started out being whatever it was. And they had the vision. Mucus and Pus had a grandiose vision of decline.
Yeah.
And that's what they got busy on building. And that's where we at. So what we need to do right now is take a pledge. I don't know. I wish I had my enema bag where I could take a pledge of cleaning my ass out. We need to take a pledge and clean that ass and commit to building something, creating a culture, a life culture, a place that we can walk on the earth, that we can see the land, till the land, do what, our land.
Yeah.
And so just really, really be militant and revolutionary about it.
Yeah, that's been the thing that's been kind of unfortunate, and both of us kind of it hits us in different ways because we're kind of different age groups. But the lack of that spirit, that lack of that revolutionary militant spirit, especially to bring it over here to the diet, to understand that this is the most revolutionary thing that you can do.
It is.
It's the most revolutionary thing that you can do.
There's nothing more important than your health. Now, we know we said that in memes and we've said that over and over again, but the Mucusless Diet Healing System is magic in a bottle. I mean, we got this. You dig what I'm saying? If you got the book, then you got the life formula. And you should be very proud that it came by you and that you are retaining it, because you know how many people have that book that don't retain it?
Mm-hmm.
It's sitting up on their shelf somewhere.
Right.
But for some reason, it struck you. It struck a chord in you that made you start changing, and you seeing all of these changes for the better in your life. This is it. There's nothing on the internet better than this. And that's not a biased comment. That's the truth.
Yeah.
That's the truth. I don't care who you are. There's nothing as complete and 100% all good than the practice of the mucusless diet, being very serious about it. It can't be bad if you're seriously practicing it.
Yeah.
Transitioning properly. It can't be bad. So we need to understand that, everybody's talking about, they're always looking for the truth. If they're going into some religious realm, they're asking the creator or God for the truth. And if you got this, and there's a book, if you got that book, there's a Bible, our Bible, that we use as far as information and guidance, and we don't have to bow to it.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. No genuflection, no it has to kiss anybody's ring.
We don't have to put our hand on it and
take an oath.
Take an oath.
Yeah.
And so, but we are committed to transitioning through the lessons in it properly.
Yeah.
And patiently.
Mm.
So we have to get serious. We have to start building and not being afraid of actually building. Let's the same way they stuck the flag in the moon.
Mm-hmm.
We need to find us a spot and stick the torch.
Yeah.
In the ground and get busy at whatever level we at. We need to get out of here and build, because people talk about tropics, going to the tropics, but you can actually build you a tropic.
Mm.
You know what I mean? It's like you're gonna have to build a tropic, because just because you go to the tropic don't mean you out of that mucus and pus type of environment.
Right.
You could be miserable as hell. Same old jive ass problems. Same old disgusting people you got to deal with. But you in the tropics. So what we want to be is in a tropic-like environment, mucusless. Not that we're not going to ever run into people who eat pus or whatever, but it's kind of like, we don't have to hang, we don't have to spend a lot of time there, it's
right.
just, if you work on a car, then you just work on my car. We don't have, we ain't socializing and kicking it. You just do what mucus and pus has shown you how to exist in your world, and if I can use it, then I will. But other than that, but then we need mucusless people who know how to do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, hopefully as the time goes by, you'll have everything that we need. If people come on and start bringing all their skills, I mean, I know some of the people who are practicing, man, they got mad skills. Yeah. Michael Fathour, Desi, Reese had a agricultural.
Oh, he's getting it together.
Piece that was just, this is a young brother who just kind of felt it. He just felt it, like, I'm gonna do this, and started gaining information, and he was eating watermelons, and it was like growing watermelons and things, and just giving away. He said he was giving away so much stuff the neighbors had to stop him from coming around. Like, man, just we don't need that stuff. We got so much of it, So there's all kind of trade, man. He's skilled construction worker. I don't know in what he does, but he does something that can can take part in building a house and things like that. So we need to really get it together, man. And but it's wonderful, man, to be here on Friday night to deal with this whole mucusless vision that we've been dealing with and talking about for years. And it's time to, you left and went down to the American tropics.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you've talked about it a little bit, and you kind of videoized it for people to see. But what was it that you got, like, that will keep bringing you down there? Because you act like you didn't want to do this today. You wanted to leave before. Well, I'll wait, but I want to leave, So thanks for holding off and before you left again. So
yeah.
explain yourself and let us know where because we ain't gonna let you have all that fun.
Right. So I did my trip. This is my second annual, because last year was the first time last summer, like the summer before this past summer, I bought a conversion van. I found a good deal on a real nice one. So got the van, and for years, even before I started Mucus-free Life, I had thought about the van kind of lifestyle, or just that RV lifestyle, the van lifestyle. And I did a lot of research on it, just looking into how, maybe going in that direction.
Now, is RVs campers or are those vans?
Well, I mean, there's different classes of RVs, but they're basically, they're people living, they're like the real houses on wheels. The big ones. And then you have the vans, where a lot of people do convert the van into that have the same amenities as the big RVs. It's just a smaller space. But because originally I was really thinking about, and I started looking into getting an RV, but then the limitations that you have in terms of where you can go, where you can park it, a little harder to take off the road. I mean, there's some YouTubers and they'll be on the road, but they'll be like looking like they're about to fall down a mountain and stuff with it. So I was like, so the van made more sense as far as just you're more mobile. You can park wherever you want. You can stealth camp places and get away with it if you know what you're doing. So so I went down, and there was a friend that has some property down there that I could camp on. So for the first couple of weeks, I tent camped. I had bought a new tent, and so kind of tent camped along with, but it wasn't too far away from the civilization. So I kind of dealt with there's the Planet Fitness model of that kind of thing, and so I go and do my little showers and that kind of stuff that way. So I wasn't, this wasn't a trip meant for me to rough it. I grew up in Boy Scouts doing a lot of them kind of trips, the roughing it in the wilderness kind of thing, and this wasn't that. As I had my music set up. I had a keyboard, my trombone, and so I was out basically naked, with the sunbathing while I'm practicing and playing, and it's just, like that's just so nice.
Yeah, please don't call me when you're naked. Please. You've done that a few times, man. I felt kind of,
It's like, it was like, well, why are you asking? You could just assume.
Like, what's up, man? I'm just dingling like that. Okay, man.
All right. And so I did that, and but then there was kind of a cold front that came in. It got kind of cold, so I hit up an Airbnb, and then I decided, I was like about 3.5 hours from Miami, and I'd been wanting to check it out. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go down to Miami and just see what's going on down there. And so I went down, and so I kind of did a combination of some Airbnbs, and then I was also staying in the back of the van. And then that's the one thing. The next time I go out, now I'm better situated now, because you really have to really understand what you need and how to set yourself up when you go out in a vehicle like that. You need to really just do it, and it's gonna be rough kind of the first couple, when you first do it. And but now I got it set up where I got this little cot in the back, and so I can store stuff under the cot, so it'd be a lot easier for me to just lay down now when I want to get that rest and stay in there. But that's part of the fun, just of that type of path, that kind of, you're just putting something together just to travel for extended periods of time or whatever. So so once I was down in Miami, I dug it down there, just as far as, it's a nice combination of, it's not like too fast paced, it's not like a Chicago or New York or something where it's all that type of nutty kind of thing that goes on up there, where
Yeah.
we go up there and visit, and this we'll visit, but this that can be intense, just trying to it's not easy, they don't make it easy to live.
Say in the past we would visit.
Yeah. well, yeah, now it's all shit, shut down stuff. But that was the other thing. Yeah, Florida is not. It's like, there's people, they might have a thing on the front, like, you're supposed to wear a mask or whatever, but it's not the same kind of fear is not in the air. There's not that kind of, people that's on you or looking at you funny if you're not wearing a mask walking down the street kind of thing. It's definitely people are out in the park socializing and playing basketball and sport, and that kind of stuff, and on the beaches, and not into, just not worried about that whole thing, at least down in that area where I was at. We're really everywhere I pretty much saw Florida I got that vibe. But yeah, I was checked out the arts community, the Wynwood area. I spent a lot of time down there, Wynwood walls, and a lot of real high level graffiti art down there, and just kind of an artist space, a lot of galleries and that kind of thing.
Would Florida be considered a spot for Eric Village? A possible spot?
Yeah, possibly. But it's possible. We have to, that definitely consult with the folks we know that really know, know the law. Because my thing is really, when you start talking about that gets into a discussion of laws and jurisdiction. And that's a very boring discussion that I'm sure no one wants to hear about at this moment. But that's where that discussion goes. When you start talking about locations, you have to talk about, jurisdiction, existing militaries, like you gotta laws that's on the book and all that kind of stuff, and human rights and that kind of thing. But definitely, if nothing else, an outpost, I could definitely see like
so you come there before you could get to the real area.
Yeah, like, okay, this is the the first phase, down here.
You gotta be there for 4 weeks. Intense.
Yeah. But the one thing what I really like that I'm missing now when I got back was, I was spending about, at least 4 to 6 hours, if not more, every day outside, and I'm still getting my work done, because I created a mobile office. So I have my little cart, and I had a little table, got my laptop, and I got a little solar generator that's like super small and lightweight. So
you get a tan, and on your tan, when you take your laptop, you got a tan, and you can see where the laptop was sitting on your laptop.
I don't sit the laptop on me. That's what I'm saying. I got the table, and
okay. So you was setting up office.
Yeah. But what I saw though, so I'm spending most of the time outside, and I even had it set up because you get the little tropical, like those little 30-minute storms. But I had my little stuff, so as soon as the storm came, I just covered everything up, and I just sat there, and it felt good. Just it was raining, the rain passed on, I took the stuff off, kept working. And I was walking a lot more. I wasn't doing a whole lot of like deliberate exercise. I was just walking all the time, just more, just like. And I don't do that here, because I tried to walk a couple 2 days ago. It was 20 degrees outside, but I'm like, I'm a bundle up and I'm gonna go for a walk. And I lasted about a half hour. I was like, okay, I'm done, because it was just cold. But that's kind of been the piece, the walk piece for me. With Sister Dana, we've been. I don't know. I kind of like more strenuous. I keep saying every year I'm gonna do my basketball and my bicycle and things like that. But I did stick to my walk. I did stick to my walk. So yeah. Man. So it was, so it was definitely for me. My two, and I got some videos coming out about this, but everybody's going to have different answers. So this is something that I spent a long time kind of meditating on and asking questions. But when I got down to it, my two core principles that drives me is freedom and peace.
Yeah.
So that's just me. Other people got other stuff. Like some people,
freedom and peace.
Yeah, freedom and peace.
That's kind of like the whole thing in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Freedom and peace.
Yeah.
Would you add contentment to that?
I mean, that's kind of peace, if you're content, with that.
Yeah. So
once you achieve that,
why is that not like something that we should be like? If you find it, why stop it?
Right. Right. Yeah. Once you find it,
if you find it, I mean, yeah, we would miss you, Professor Spira, but believe me, if you done found it and you told me that you found it, I'd come looking too.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, but here's another thing that I realized, the realization that I had there too, since I have accepted a mission. So we're on a mission.
Yeah.
And I realized if I would have grown up in some place like Florida, and probably would be the same in certain places like Southern California, just that type of vibe where, it's just, you don't have to be in the middle of the craziness. You can, if you want to just be chilling I was seeing teenagers at the beach, like, social, like going hours without even looking at their phone. Like they're actually talking to each other. Teenagers. I mean, where I've never seen that up here, not in the past 20 years.
I mean, and we're talking about mucus and pus people, but where is their contentment? I mean, where are they not plugged in to that? Because you said they're not looking at their phone, they're having conversation.
Yeah, I'm just saying that on that level, it's the environment and the trajectory of the sort of the history of that culture in the area. Just that beach type of culture, that kind of tropical kind of vibe, and so it's like people really. Just get into that part. It's like there's parks around here, especially in Cincinnati, even more so than Columbus. You can have these real beautiful parks that no one goes to. It'd be like no one's there, taking advantage of the resources and stuff. They don't see the value in it. Whereas down there, it's like the value of nature is. I can tell that it's valued down there more so than other places I've been in this country. And but my realization was, if I'd have grown up in some place like that, I probably would never have started Mucus-free Life. Exactly. Like that wouldn't have. Mucus-free Life is a Midwestern. It is a Midwestern company. It comes out of that Midwestern thing.
It comes out of
snow and ice, and suffering and anger.
Councils and
mayors,
and baseball teams and football teams that don't win. There's a whole tier of elements that created Mucus-free Life.
So that's kind of that's the thing. But so for me,
don't like street performing.
Yeah, people that have no clue about art.
Okay.
So that's so for me, that's why I'm the van for me, because that's that freedom principle, and so I can just go where I want to go and hang out. So if I want to go down, I can explore the place. I almost went down in the Everglades and camp, but I didn't. But next time I go down, I'll probably camp a few days down in the Everglades National Park area down there. But it's that ability to just to get up and just go. I mean, that just felt so good. And that's what the van life people experience every day. But just to get up and it's like, well, I don't know where I'm going today. I just, I'm like, I mean, and I put in on Google parks near me. And if there was a park nearby that I hadn't been to, I'm like, let's go there, so I go there and check that out. And I'm just kind of a park connoisseur. So if I'm in a place, I'll go to every park around, just hang out and just check it out and go woods, go into woods. And
how close were you to Ocala? Did you ever see a sign that Ocala, Florida? Did you ever see that?
Yeah,
That's where my mother grew up, and all my family, all my grandmothers, aunts, and everything came out of Ocala.
I'd have to look to see how close that is.
Yeah. So,
and but yeah, it was and the other thing that's interesting too, I guess it's probably been over the past couple years, but the respect for the vegan and plant-based lifestyle down in Miami is pretty significant. There's some,
I could imagine that. Because they were into it long before a lot of people in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Veganism was late 80s, early 90s type of folks down there was like, you was hearing about vegetarianism, like, because I think it goes with the sun and growing.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I saw when I saw produce, like wholesale produce stands in the hood and stuff, like I'm like, okay, this is a whole different thing out here. Where folks and people going in there lining up in the morning, like just regular people lining up to go in there to get produce, and that's all that's in there.
Fruits and green leafy plants and things like that are important to them.
Yeah.
Even if they have their meats or whatever, they still. But man, you could be up here in the Midwest and be in a grocery store, watch somebody's cart, man, and they don't have nothing green in the cart.
Right.
$150, $200 worth of stuff and nothing greens in the cart.
Right.
You'd be like, dang, man, they might have a bunch of bananas, but that's about it. And and we have to deal with it in terms of the attitudes that our neighbors that live around us.
So while I was doing that, I understand you've been making history again. So what have you been up to the past, let's say, 6 months?
Well, I stopped eating solid foods and I started juice fasting, dry fasting, and I did something that was unheard of for me because of a request I got to do a week without enemas, as I dry fast.
Okay.
I ended up doing almost a month without enemas.
Interesting. Okay.
Because I was requested.
Yeah.
And I took on the request and researched because that's what I do. I'm kind of like the researcher. So went almost a month without an enema.
Yeah.
Which was unheard of for me, But I wanted to do that and I went with no water touching my body. I didn't have to go anywhere. So I could,
So no water touched you. You didn't take no water touched the body.
No
enemas. Just straight dry, like 100% dry fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And we'll talk about that on another video.
Okay.
We'll say that for but what went down was really interesting in terms of, but what it did was it showed me that The body is still an amazing instrument, and Mother Nature's operating table is for real. If you want to heal something, man, that's what to do. If you can do 3 days, I mean, you don't have to do a month, but if you can do a month, man, go for it. But you talk about the healing process, all the organs rest.
Yeah.
Everything is just slow down, and you constantly work on your breathing, because you actually can. You actually, I'm telling you, it got so good is that my skin would vibrate before the phone would ring. I knew the phone was ringing.
Yeah.
Just that whole digital.
Yeah.
That whole, that's how they say it's bad for us. That shows you that kind of thing.
Like you was picking up those frequencies.
Yeah. And so it was getting real interesting. It was like, I was like, whoa, like.
Now, when did you actually start that part?
Oh man, that was before Christmas.
So so when I was gone, pretty much
the
same. Okay.
I was like, I gotta do something. Cat's gone. I gotta elevate on some level.
Yeah.
He done split. So I had to elevate and was going through some things, and so that was interesting, man. Just to and I noticed I didn't get body odor. I mean, like you would think after a week, people go 2-3 days or whatever, a couple of days, and they be in the house. If they don't have to go nowhere, they might not wash up, but you might not get any kind of real odors.
Right.
After a week or two, man, it was weeks, man.
Wow.
I wouldn't get no kind of body odors. Like, you know how you can
smell
it's
your
like underarms.
Well, yeah, because that's back. Yeah, because there's the internal and external. And when you practice a diet long enough, you can still get external, which is just the buildup of the bacteria on the underarm.
Yeah.
But that's almost sounding like the bacteria don't even want to build up. Like it don't even want to live under there.
I'm telling you, it just was no kind of yeah. So I mean, that was some amazing things, because I hadn't tried to dry fast that long in a while, and I'm still trying to. I mean, I'm still on this juice fast right now. I'm still on that, and I've been doing exclusively juice from the extractor.
Yeah,
that's another piece that was on another level. Just to get back to that kind of vibe. That was like the 80s into the 90s vibe for me, man.
Right.
Juice, fresh juice, just and so yeah, that was and just having thoughts that would come to you about realizations of people that your environment that you live in, solutions of ideas of what I mean. It was like this fearlessness that that took over. Like you talking about an armor, like an armor of walking through the fire and slaying the dragon, and so you get that kind of feeling and that kind of inspiration, and you just become kinder, kinder towards people you normally not kind to.
Right.
You just, I mean, it's no room for negativity. Negativity hurts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like constipation. And it hurts. It's actually a feeling that hurts. And so when you get in that level, when you're working on that level of constipation, trying to eliminate the emotional constipation, all that kind of constipation, man, you start getting to a point to like a cleanliness level that, you know, it's like the sun, you know, the sunshine at night. You know, I mean, it doesn't differentiate day now from night to day.
Yeah.
The feeling is just, you know, and I mean, it's just the same, man. And so it's and the story of not doing the enemas was really paramount. It was epic for me just to watch what would happen and what I went through. And I'm gonna talk to the person who requested. I'll reveal that to them and let them know what happened and everything.
But you're gonna
we'll talk about it on the meetup or something.
Okay, you're gonna keep that keep those details for the premium membership.
Because a lot of people, man, always talk about, you know, see, because my thing now is I'm really trying to investigate breatharianism, like the mechanics of breatharianism. Like, what is it really? Not this YouTube breatharianism bull that you see, but really the real refined black hole type of breatharianism. So that's what I've been. That's, you know, and like I say, the juice fast continues. I'm still, you know, it's been 6 months, so a little over 6 months now. So the goal is to keep this going until Eric Day. That's the goal. Yeah. Just a little energy to help Eric Day come along. You know, like we're talking about it now, and we're trying to plan in our heads, and we're putting things together. So we're having a conversation about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. And so we started the process. Yeah. So this is a part of the process for me is to be as mucusless as possible. And I want to do longer 2-3 month stints of dry. That's my goal up until the Eric Day. Yeah. You know, I'll come off on the Eric Day. On that Saturday, I'll come off with maybe juice. Then maybe I might eat that Sunday. Maybe, I don't know. But I'll definitely come off with some kind of juice and juice and fruit. I'll come off on that Saturday, maybe some watermelon. And it was hurt me the last Eric Day. All those watermelons was there. Yeah. And they were pretty good too. Do nothing with it. Yeah. You know, so that's been what I've been trying to bring to the table, and bring that kind of feeling and that momentum to whatever all the other practitioners are doing, you know, with what they're doing, and create this like, you know, I mean, all this kind of real positive energy. Yeah. And just that topic is something to probably highlight that we don't, you know, that I don't talk too much about on here, but the magic that we talk about, you know, and bring that magic about through the process of fasting, through the process of really practicing the system, like wherever you're at physiologically. But if you're really working it, then things start to
help you along,
Yeah.
you know, in the universe, as we use that terminology. But you can get to the point where it's almost as if you're not doing anything, like willing. It's everything is just happening, and what you're supposed to do just happens. You're not thinking about it. You know, it's just stuff is showing up on your front doorstep. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
those,
go
yeah,
back to those times.
yeah,
And but they were.
yeah, yeah,
I got oranges in the mail.
yeah, yep.
You know, and then things were, you know, beautiful. I mean, it was things that were happening. So, yeah, man.
Yeah. So it's still, it's still in effect. And and for us, that's the rule and not the exception. You know, it's like always we don't want to ever get too far away from that. So sometimes, you know, we eat some stuff, but we ain't gonna get
bread and butter.
That's
what we live at. Is we know when we need the last few minutes of putting together Eric Day, and we're like stressed or whatever, and then we go into that zone and boom, whatever
comes together, whatever it's
together,
gonna,
whatever, you know, the answers that we need are there. And so, living like that, you know, living like that is the goal. To not have it turn off and turn on,
right?
But to have it constant, and having that around you can create that constant black hole type of effect, of having your next door neighbors, so and so across the land, they're mucusless. You know, I mean, just an abundance of mucusless people all together, socializing and creating their own neighborhoods. And so, I mean, that's what we're working on, and visionary, you know, visionally looking at doing, and the rest of mucus and pus culture can kiss my black ass. You know, I don't have no love for those who are trying to kill me. I mean, this is what this scamdemic has been about. People have dropped all their guards down and said, look, we're trying to kill you.
Yeah.
Like, we ain't even trying to hide it no more. We're trying to kill you. Here's a mask. Here's a vaccine. We're trying to kill you. Step up. Step up and take your what do you say? Suicide is painless. You dig? Step up. You dig? So this is what's happening. It's real. Don't believe we ever going back to the way it was, because
it ain't going back.
The way it was screwed up. It was screwed up too. It wasn't nothing but pus and mucus and filth. So you shouldn't want to go back. And man. So start elevating to another type of environment in your mind. It starts there. That's where the process is. And then let's build it. Let's come together and figure these things out, and stay on the principles of transitioning away from mucus and pus.
Yeah, that's got to be the focus, you know.
That's got to be the focus.
And you know, dealing with the planned scamdemic.
Oh man, it's so ridiculous now.
I mean, I literally got tired and bored of talking about it, because I did them videos, and then I always just refer people back to those. Like, I don't want to talk about it no more, because it's so stupid and dumb. Just the entire thing, because
people I mean,
they took hook, line, and sinker.
People are So, and that television, that's the main.
Well, television / just the internet now. I mean, because you can't say the word, just saying COVID-19 right now, they will pick this up on the video on YouTube and they will put a little like a disclaimer, little Big Brother message at the bottom, like, COVID-19 information, click here. Don't listen to whatever they said. Here's your information bubble.
What's the COVID-19? What's the 19? Is that
2019?
Okay.
So a coronavirus strand that was discovered in 2019, so-called, allegedly.
A cold.
Yeah.
Somebody caught a cold.
Yeah, someone got a cold.
Somebody got a cold in 2019, and it killed them.
Yeah.
If you believe that, then I got some land, some swampland here I want to sell you
today.
If you believe that the common cold is killing you, well, what is it? Mucus gets on your lungs and suffocates you in a body of 98.6 degree body temperature. Mucus crystallizes on your lungs and suffocates you. That's some like Star Wars stuff, man.
Yeah.
Some Marvel comic reading,
Yeah.
And we actually are believing it, and people are constantly talking about the deaths are going up. Deaths are going up. Or people are getting the disease more and more. Well, isn't that about diagnosis?
Mm-hmm.
So anybody got a cold, got the COVID now. So
yeah. I mean, that's how they do it.
Who has a cold? Does anybody just have a cold? Is the old classic cold? Like, I don't have COVID.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed to have a cold. It's COVID season. It's COVID-19 season.
So you can't have.
You're not allowed to have a cold. You can only have COVID-19.
Oh, okay. So
that's the law.
So that makes it like hundreds of thousands of people who have COVID because they have a cold like.
Well, but that's exactly what. That's where they're getting their numbers from. 400,000 people, whatever and millions of cases, and whatever the current number is now, because it's like and nobody asks those questions. They on all these media, they just throw these numbers out immediately at the top. They're like, and today is 2 million cases. 6,000 people died last night of COVID-19. And I mean, they're going down these numbers. There's no intellectual curiosity. There's no breaking down of the numbers and say, well, wait a minute. Okay. So it has the death from the flu, have those numbers maintained or it was like, well, no, you actually look into these numbers, everything. It's like they put everything over in this COVID-19 and I'll share, I shared way early on the statistics and you talk about a pandemic, almost 50,000 people a day. And this is their numbers. Almost 50,000 people a day die of heart disease, cardiovascular disease.
A day.
Almost 18 million a year.
Pandemic level.
Yeah, right. You would think that we should look into that. So, 50,000 people a day dying of cardiovascular disease, 18 million a year, 25,000 people a day dying of cancer. And even in their research, they've made the connection between the eating of dead animal flesh and cancerous tumors and the development of deathly cancers.
Yeah, but they'll take the tumor off and still serve the patient animal flesh.
Yeah. Just a total ridiculous. Now in mine, I put, for some reason, when you look at their little graph, they like to separate the respiratory disease and infection into separate. I'm like, let's put all these together. And so without the COVID-19, these was already the numbers. You would already have, the almost 17,000 a day dying of respiratory infections, including the other flu, the other strains of the flu.
Who's getting respiratory?
And that's with all the people that's doing look at the death rates of the flu in their stuff, and that's with these death serums that they call vaccinations.
Okay, so how can a poison cure a poison? How does that work?
Good question. Does it?
How does a poison cure
how
poison?
How does a poison cure a poison?
They want us to take this vaccine for something that we don't even have yet.
Right.
So how does a poison cure a poison?
Mm-hmm.
Or how does a poison cure something that we don't even have yet?
Right.
So it will make us immune to catching something. Yeah, believe that.
And so, while we're looking at statistics, how about, let's see, what's this? How about the in the United States alone, 251,000 deaths due to medical error.
Oh,
how about that?
That's not pandemic,
right? In that pandemic level, where's the outrage of that? Where's the legislation for that?
Let's talk about accidental. What accidents? Like for instance.
Right.
For instance, nurse comes in, the patient, and the nurse is giving an insulin shot to supposedly to a diabetic, and they shoot him up with morphine.
Mm-hmm.
Accident.
Oh yeah, it's an accident. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, we thought you were the gunshot wound victim.
Right.
Wrong room.
Yeah. Whoops.
Wrong room.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We'll do it next time. And this is for the people that want to try to look at the folks that you're killing other people because you refuse to wear a mask, or you're not taking this serious, and all these people are dying. We've been talking like this for years. For 40, 50 years, we've been talking just like this. Me 18, him 40, but we ain't changed. We've always been in a pandemic level intensity, saying like, you don't have no time to waste. If you want to go down the death path, get out of our way.
And what we have identified as the source of death is mucus and pus that you continue to propagate and push and promote.
Right.
So even with your pandemics, your scamdemics, you constantly serve up the death culture.
Right.
You constantly serve it up. Like that isn't like ringing like true in your head. Like, okay, maybe we have to deal with what we consume. And no. Put your mask on.
Yeah, put your mask on.
Now take your mask off and eat your lamb. Eat your dead roadkill.
Yeah. Eat your feces ridden.
Look, give us the illusion that you are protecting yourself. This is all illusion. You walk through the door with your mask on. You get to the table. They serve you oxtails or whatever dead thing that the restaurant is serving you. You take your mask off, and you've done everything proper to have to have your meal. Oh, there go the one with the slit.
Yeah, this high-tech face mask opens and closes with the touch of a button.
Wow. Well, if you're gonna do that much work, that looks like work. Like
like okay,
close,
close it, open, pus in, close.
And you can only use it once before you have to wash it.
Oh yeah, And this one it's not even washable. This one.
Well, let me show you how I wear my mask. I do wear one. Don't think I don't wear one. I'm
okay. You're a good responsible citizen.
Well, this is the second one. The other one just turned completely black. I was trying to get mine as filthy as possible.
Yeah.
And I did, but then it got too disgusting.
Yeah.
So I just changed it about a week or so. And this is getting really dirty. And I'm hoping that this really gets disgusting.
Yeah.
So this is the way I wear mine. Okay. So I got the headphone though. Let me.
Here.
Okay, so this is the way I wear my mask. And those who ran into me can attest to it. This is the way I wear my mask. That's how I wear my mask.
Yeah.
And I walk in places and they don't say anything. Every now and then be some little smart, little,
somebody.
Me, sir, could you cover your nose?
Right.
And I walk right past them and then take it right back down. Be like this, like that. Then I do just like that. But most places, I mean, like 99.9% of people do not, because that's not their job description.
Yeah.
They're not gonna be messing with a black man.
No.
They're not gonna be confronting, every now and then. So that's the way I wear my mask. Is right here. So, I refuse to do this. And come on, man. Like, I got to breathe. Like, shit, I'm going to get sick. I'm end up throwing up. So this is the way I wear mine. Just like that. To give, and I think what happens is people see it on me. That's enough.
Yeah, it's like, okay, that's enough compliance.
Like, And so
if you don't, if you're scared of my breath, then stay out, get out of my way.
So I mean, this tragedy of nutrition,
That's
what all this is about. And so look at this. Look how goofy she looks.
She got this double mask. She thinking she's slick, got the diaper face, bro. Happening here.
That's not smart. I mean, that's you look like an idiot. I mean, a 24 karat idiot. So
this is the one I think I played in one of the other videos I did with these idiots.
Oh,
that is so creepy. Right? Totally doing it wrong,
Howie. But what's so cringy is just the dialogue, just what they're saying along with it.
But it's kind of genius. I don't know where I get one of these.
I think I've seen this one.
Check this out.
Oh, it's so genius.
This has definitely made the rounds. It's hilarious.
And
it opens and closes perfectly. It's so, it's amazing.
And his is connected to his jaw, so it opens. Or something.
Isn't that creative? You can't use your creative power to come up with better ideas.
So when he opens his mouth,
serve the society,
it pulls the
than that.
No, come out with some special enema bag, like Kalima board.
Water or something.
Oh, no. You know, I mean, that has been invented, but they won't let them come out with it.
Well,
Because I'd be laughing too hard. Yeah. And can you imagine people who are with you watching that?
look at that.
There was the
Rick
one
is
guy. We
wide.
had the one guy on a few
Just corn. I mean, that cringe corn. This is part of that corny nation. Just such a, you know, yo, it's so funny. It's like, man, it's just, pus and mucus, you know, just that whole ethic and mentality. Yeah.
Well, now we need, you know, I always talk about complaining.
Mm-hmm.
But now we need to get rude.
Yeah, right.
See, now it's got to the point where now we need to get rude. Like, you standing up for your rights and you standing up for what you believe in. Well, I'm going to stand up for what I believe in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to smile or genuflex or do all these things that you're used to.
Right.
You know, we're gonna make your chicken, your 2-piece and a biscuit. We're gonna make you feel uncomfortable when you come around.
Yeah. If you want to try to make people uncomfortable, like, where's your mask? Because, like, you know, well, why you got dead animals in your cart?
Yeah. Like,
why you got cow piss in your cart?
Yeah. Let's make them feel comfortable and no apologies.
Right.
No apologies. So we gotta step it up, people. We gotta step it up. Family members, we gotta let them know, like, there's a new sheriff in town. You dig? And there's nothing wrong with leading your children down the same path that you're going. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't let your husband or don't let your wife tell you that it isn't. There's nothing wrong with, if it's not good enough for you, then it's not good enough for your children.
Mm.
And I see a lot of that. I see a lot of people bowing down, you know, like, well, no, you know, well, I'll let them, they could, no, you can't be around me. You dig? We haven't got tough enough, man. This is how you build a culture. This is how you build the new life that you want. You gotta be tough.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, it's just,
be tough, man. You gotta be shrewd about it in terms of you don't have to be rude, but you gotta lay down some rules. Things are changing the same way that they forced this COVID bullshit on us. They didn't have no problem changing our lives.
Mm-hmm.
They wasn't apologetic in no way.
No, not at all.
But changing our lives, people lost businesses. People, I mean, just everything came to a halt.
Ruined.
They didn't have a problem with it.
Not at all. No problem.
And so now we need to not have a problem with building our paradise.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't have a problem with making you feel bad. You dig?
Yeah.
But I'm always gonna make you feel bad with the option of, hey, have you heard about this?
Right.
You see, because some people just don't know that they don't know. You dig? They just
Right.
don't know that they don't know, because this country and Western civilizations are about producing deaf people who can't hear, people who can't see, people who can't think, people who are very robotic.
Yeah.
Who do
exactly mentally exhausted.
Exactly what social engineering wants them to do.
Right.
No questions asked. They don't even know why they get up and their leg, they kick their leg twice.
Right.
They don't even know.
Right.
They just do it because they've been programmed to do it. So now we gotta we gotta be like real vicious, real vicious. What you say? But with love.
Oh yeah. Always with love.
Always with love.
we will call you murderer with love.
With love. Yeah. Always with love, but gotta call you out because, like I say, with COVID, they drew the line in the sand. They basically were saying, "Look, we want to kill you. Are you gonna step up and make it easy for us?"
Right. Yeah. Now and you were I hadn't heard this. You talked about now they're doing an anal swab for your drive by.
They basically like, hey, get it here. Like, hey, see, that's the thing, is that they can constantly come up with places to test and how to test, but they don't have places like boost your immune system drive-ups.
Yeah. No, of course not.
Like here's a few ideas and lessons and some pamphlets on how to get clean, how to get healthier. We don't have none of those drive-ups.
No.
You see how
mental,
and psychopathic.
Take your pants off, bend over.
Yeah,
we're gonna.
Yeah, and so can you imagine if?
That's almost like that's getting into this like a real ritualistic, kind of domination. That rape, rape of
Let me
the
check
people.
Your teeth like the slave.
Grab your
gums.
Look at your gums and
so,
that's sick. That's sick.
Yeah, man. Could you imagine having to bend over? Okay, no. Taking the COVID test, which I have never took the test to see if you have COVID, but I understand that they have to take the swab and put it like 20 inches down your throat.
Yeah, nose. It's like up your nose,
your nose down to your brain,
back into your throat, and
Okay, so now, how deep do they gotta go in the ass?
Mm-hmm.
It's some sickness going on there, man. How deep do they have to go in the ass to get the test? Like what are they looking for? What could you be looking for? Because they're looking for a certain swab in the head cavity, a certain sinus type of mucus to come out. So what are they looking for in the ass?
So here's this article saying China is now requiring COVID-19 tests being taken anally. They're requiring it. And the reason that they say is because the government's rationale for the latest testing regimen is that there is data suggesting that patients recovering from the virus will sometimes test negative with a traditional nasal or throat swab, but continue to test positive days later in samples taken from the lower digestive tract. As for how the test is conducted, the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention published instructions last March, and the Washington Post reports it said that a stool sample should be taken from patients, and if that is not possible, to do an anal swab by inserting a cotton-tipped stick 3 to 5 centimeters or 1 to 2 inches into the rectum.
Whoa. So that 1 to 2 inches instruction, actually the reality of the person doing it is 4 to 6 inches once they do it.
Oh yeah. Once they really.
They ain't sticking.
Oh yeah. 1 to 2. Wink, wink.
No, right. They going deep. Man. They getting all that. They taking the Hershey Highway.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
So, and that's all they pulling out.
Yeah.
They look at it and okay, here goes a stool. We can see if this pus is infected. Can you see them with some microscopes and try to differentiate what's the word? Oh man, I got my words but to see which one, like how to separate filth from whatever filth they're looking for in terms of the disease. How do they separate that?
I mean, it's just insanity. I mean, there's no logic. It's like trying to put logic on it, you know. It just
how do they separate? Like, okay, that's the doo-doo part of it. Okay, that's all the waste that he ate. Okay, oh, here's what we're looking for. The infection. Yeah, there it is. Come on. Yeah, they've gotten so sick. But the sad part about it is they think that they can tell you this and it just ride with you.
Right.
And in most cases it does. Nobody questions them.
Right.
They walk in the hospital and they just turn around like, okay, I'm ready. You know, so this is
I mean, it's
people are trying to kill you, people, and they're not hiding it. They're not trying to a conspiracy. They're out front telling you, like, you know, come on. You know, you feel like dying today? Come on, here, we got a vaccine. We got some poison for you. You know, come on. It's cool. See,
drive up.
She took the vaccine. She's still good.
Right.
She's still living. And you be the one person.
Yeah, you be that be that statistic.
That statistic.
You don't want to be that statistic. Yeah.
So, you know, it's I don't know, man.
And somebody asked, you know, they was like, well, they said my family member is sick and they got COVID. What should they do? And what we all do, start cleaning yourself out, lemon juice and distilled water enemas, take it easy, get on some juices.
They got diagnosed with COVID.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody told them, you know, they got diagnosed. And so if you're simultaneously diagnosed and you start going through elimination.
Okay.
Because as you know, we start talking about, again, back to this is important. This is the important document to understand. Again, 50,000 people a day dying of heart disease, 25,000 of cancers, you know, 16,000 respiratory disease. All of this, cleaning yourself out. Yeah. Like you could just totally transform this entire this entire graph.
It's all of this is based on what people are consuming through their mouth.
Yeah.
This is none of this is about airborne.
It doesn't have to. None of it's required. Like you're not required to die like this, and at the age that you do, you know, this is optional. This is up to you. You can choose this path by choosing what you put in your mouth when you eat.
But the problem is discipline. A lot of people don't have discipline to wake up and eat an apple. Boy, that's hard, isn't it? So wake up and eat an apple.
Yeah.
that's like, man, that's hard to wake up and eat an apple. Like, wow. You know, so
yeah, I mean, that's
to have a salad, to make a salad.
Yeah, that's
10, 20 minutes to make a nice salad, sit and eat it. I mean, you know, people struggle, man, with that, with those with that addiction of craving mucus and pus. That's what the mucusless diet has, all the answers for that kind of physiology.
Right.
That's how we do this. That's why that's why I can go long periods of time without eating. I didn't start doing long fasts like this until 20-something years into practicing.
Right.
This wasn't like something I started out 40 years ago. I'm gonna do 100 days. You dig? Spira came along in my life right when I was experimenting with fruits and fasting, on the longer. So he was plugging into that. He was looking at that like, he had the book, but he was like getting another look at something, like to be involved, myself and Vic. And so he was getting a real good bird's eye view of the practice. So it wasn't weird for him to be like, well, I think I could fast. I think I could stop eating meat. I think I could, and he started doing the enemas. And
yeah, I mean, I was there. I was able to see it. So it wasn't just like I read it in a book or something. I'm seeing people that's living like this, and families, and that it's just a whole different vibration, a whole different way to think, conceptual. It's just, and we wasn't meeting at the restaurants. Yeah. Wasn't hanging out, going at the restaurants, wasn't the barbecues, and we having serious round table discussions.
Oh yeah, that would be all evening.
Yeah,
I mean, we was having round table discussions to the point where we have a whole crew leave and another crew
come in. Yeah,
and I mean, it was serious, man. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So, we don't have to live like this. Humanity doesn't have to experience, I always like to, bring in the chronic illness. And a lot of my story. My mom had gangrenous feet, and they amputated both her legs. And and we've all had and this is, when people want to start doing those excuses, talking about, well, it's too hard, and I don't know, and maybe when I'm older, and this kind of stuff. And it's like, it's just about living. It's just about, like, you don't have to go down these roads, and you don't think that this can happen to you. I mean, it happened to them. It happened to people I know. What they do, you're not going to see this on Kardashians. You're not going to see this on the evening news. Because now you got to change your paradigm and do some work to deal with this. You can't take a vaccine and prevent this.
This is real life.
This is real life.
This is how a lot of people in your community and in your family live like that.
Yeah.
See, this is the real way people live.
Yeah.
It's the real way. This is why the hospitals are there, to treat this, because they know you coming.
Right.
We
talking about preventability.
Man, gangrene, that was almost like polio. I mean, it's like, nobody get no gangrene no more, man. But my cousin, who stays 4 doors up from me, he lost his leg up to his knee. Gangrene. What was he? He was constantly on that porch, his front porch. He was constantly on his front porch, barbecuing pork, baby back ribs. Constantly. So I knew what he was eating. Next thing you know, he had his knee cut off with gangrene. First, it was to the ankle. And then they took his old leg about 2 or 3 months later. I mean, an ankle, and that won't get you serious to lose your foot, and that won't, like, okay, maybe I need to do this. Nobody is advising him that has any authority in his mindset that he would take any advice from.
Yeah, because that's not what they dealing with in there, in these hospitals, serving people foods that help spur this on.
I'm 4 doors away from it. He knows I'm vegetarian. He doesn't know anything about really the Mucusless diet or any of that kind of stuff, because we don't socialize like that. But he didn't even ask about, hey man, what's this vegetarian thing about? What is this? It's like they just don't have any value for what and I'd be curious to know what people are doing. I don't necessarily mean I'm gonna do it.
Right.
But people aren't even curious about other things. They know about what the doctor says. They work, and that's the sad. That a lot of deaths have happened because people worship doctors.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Too many deaths have happened over doctor worship.
Mm-hmm.
At the one Eric Day, second Eric Day, I called them murderers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still calling them murderers. And now with this corona crap, they are like, I mean, man, you come to the hospital and you say you got coronavirus, and the way that those people die is based on what they don't do to you in the hospital. Not what they do to you.
Right.
What they don't do for you.
Right.
In the hospital. So they fudge up their death toll and they're all into it. Because like one sister told me, hey, I'm not going to be able to make this kind of money nowhere.
Yeah.
And she, doctors and nurses, I can't make this money. Even though I know what they're doing is foul, I'm gonna go with it. What do they call that in law? Like when you are conspired, when you know about
like a co-conspirator.
Or, co-conspirator. And that's what you have is hospitals full of co-conspirators, killing people. I said, listen to a nurse tell me, like, and they're just killing. And it's based on what they're not doing for you. Not what they're doing to you, not what they're not doing for you. So you come looking for something.
Yeah.
Hey, that's your mom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna share this. So this is my mom. This was about she probably had maybe another several months before, like this is after she had her legs amputated. So she maybe another 6 months to live.
And look at this, look at the cigarette. Just nobody, no doctor.
Well, she wasn't even, she wouldn't listen to even their bad advice, even their advice. She's just, so this was what I grew up with. This was my reality. And this is what I talk about. And this is why I'm passionate about this, saying, you don't have to live like this. This is not normal. This is not, and everybody's got someone in their family that's going through what they're going through. And if you talk, if there was fruits and green leafy vegetables involved in the situation, been a totally different reality. But, but that's why I'm very well acquainted with what they serve people in these hospitals, the whole in nursing homes and just that whole thing. It's so far away from what it should be. Yeah. And so many people could live longer, could live more pain-free. I mean, and that's what we're talking about. This transformation it has to happen.
Yeah.
You know, and so you either on board or, like you said, get out the way.
Get out the way, yeah. Not being nice about it. You know, we can be kind about building something for ourselves. We got to build something for ourselves. We have to give this way a shot, because we done had enough of the death culture. We know what that's about.
Right.
We know how it's gonna end. We know what that story is about. So now we have to seriously be about, regardless of what people call it or what. Oh, it's this and y'all are cultish. And yeah, whatever. Call me whatever. Like what'd you say? Freedom and peace.
Yeah.
I'll take that. You can call me whatever you want. Freedom and peace. You can't do better than that. So,
I mean, it's just, you know, and I hate to see, especially the young people, when they get them, you know, in these places, and they doing what? They still serving them milk.
Oh man,
they still serving. They're giving them ice cream. They're giving them, you know, cook cookies and milk, and they're and they're going through it. And I get people all the time, you know, they come to me and like, hey, I got, you know, I grew up, I always had mucus problems, and I had, you know, the just all that kind of stuff. And, you know, will this help? You know, it's like, yes, yes, this is going to help, because no one knew any better, and they should have, but they didn't know that, that nowhere near, I mean, it should have been criminal to give, especially these sick anybody, but I mean, especially sick children. That should be criminal, giving them milk, you know, giving them.
No, it's criminal if you don't give them milk. That's what.
And that's the thing. They'll take your kid away. Yeah, like, oh, you're not giving them milk. You're not giving them beef.
Yeah.
You know, and chicken and fish, or we'll take them away.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, man. I mean, that's that with that COVID and the disease, man. If people don't really get how, you know, like, it might be somebody new that's tuning into us, haven't seen our spiel. Maybe it's the first time, but we're talking about the Mucusless Diet Healing System. We are practitioners of it. You got the book. Put the book up.
Oh yeah.
And they can, you know, just in case it's somebody who's new to the channel. There we go. So you want to get this, and then you might understand a little bit more about what we're talking about and what we're so excited about.
Yeah.
And what has changed our lives totally and comfortably. And this isn't like a diet of all the same foods must be eaten by everybody doing the same thing. This isn't that. This is about your physiology.
Mm-hmm.
Telemaking it to your physiology by reading the lessons and trial and error of certain things that you consume. So the lemon enema, getting hip to that, the Kalima board, the enema pot.
Hey, yeah, however you get there.
However you get there, man.
The colonics, and you know.
It's the Kalima board. for folks who's has overweight problems, you know, obesity problems, and can't really get down on the floor and do that whole kind of thing. You know, you might want to check out the Kalima board. Handicapped people. So yeah, man. I mean, that's what we're talking about. So who's talking to us, man?
The C guy. Well, I want to give a shout out to Obacon. He just gave us a little donations. As much respect, brothers. Can't thank you all enough for showing me where to go and learn how to eat and how to fast.
Thank you.
You know, definitely.
Speaking of donations, man, what we wanted to do was, we've been wanting to do this CD. See, I wasn't gonna even talk about our own wants, but since somebody donated something, we might as well talk about. But we want to do this CD, kind of in the tradition of how devastating and landmark John Coltrane's Love Supreme was for its time. We want to create a musical landscape for the mucusless community to always be able to plug in and have mute and listen to sound and vibration that can motivate them and assist them in practicing of the mucusless diet. So we would like donations, you know, to be able to go in the studio, and have some time and compose this music and really work hard at getting a sound that is reminiscent of our physiology and something that the children that's coming up can plug into, you know, in 2045, you know, it'll be that relevant. Like the music can stand the test of time. So,
Every, you know, the especially the history of Black music, there in the more recent histories, there's always been that revolutionary element in the music, in different people, not necessarily every musician, but there was a number of musicians that had this torch where they used the music and the art to shed light, to put a flashlight on problems and issues, bring things to the surface, you know, exorcise things, allow emotions to come out that otherwise would not be able to come out. And when we look around as artists right now, there is nobody making art that is in alignment with idiocy, with how we're feeling. Yeah. And so, you know, we have the Fire Music Project, Professor Spira and Brother Air Fire Music Project. And so right now we have a little Indiegogo campaign. We're trying to raise some money so that we can really just put this album together. We want this album to stand the test of time. And we're going to put all these emotions, everything we talking about, we're going to encase it musically and artistically.
Because there's some things you just can't say.
Yeah, there's some stuff you just can't talk about and say. You gotta, there's another level of articulation that happens through the artistic process.
Yeah, we want to try to get through to Randy Dickerson.
Right.
We got to get him on board to liking this music, man.
Right.
You know, so.
And guess I play a little super small clip of this.
For this fabulous music demonstration.
Right.
Professor Spira Brother Air of the Fire Music Project. So put your hands together and give them a warm welcome of applause.
So that's a little sampling of what we did when we first started. I mean, the band it sounds different now, and it's gonna sound way different by the time we get to this album.
That was only 1 week of rehearsal.
Yeah, this was after 1 week of rehearsal.
1 week, so we had to come up with something because we were coming to play. So this was like
this is the second annual Arnold Arete celebration.
So I mean,
when this went down.
Just a band, but that band ended up turning into a band that was rehearsing every week. From July to that March, starting the COVID.
Right.
And once that COVID hit, the band just kind of ceased. So we want to kick that back off, and because we were the COVID. What you hear now is nothing like what the band was sounding like after. We were starting to really starting to 5,
gel.
6 months.
Of
doing originals. And
Man,
it was a whole different other sound. This was just a week.
This
is almost like everybody kind of looked at it like a gig.
Right.
Just like, okay, we're gonna play again, play some tunes, and that was where that was at, But then we took it, the cats were so into it that we got together every Monday for the next next 6, 7 months? So and then COVID, so we want to continue that.
And the one thing that I say, the practical, because I know we lose some people when we start talking about art and music. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't like this. We start losing people. But if anybody wants to know the secret, like if you want to know the secret to having like a long-term success or fast success on this path, then you got to investigate art and music, and not any art and music, but a high level of that art and music, because that will show you how to envelop yourself emotionally in such a way where it's like getting on an escalator, and you don't
and sometimes musically you got to wait on it. It's kind of like the European audience. They go to a classical concert, they'll sit there and they'll wait on it. You know what I mean? And then the big crescendo or whatever it is, the farewell or whatever, and they, you know what I mean. But for some reason, people don't give art a chance. They want it from the first note, boom. Well, I mean, and that's part of the programming and the conditioning of people, gotten people really deep into that immediate gratification, and just wanting to immediately just sort of be force fed, like, here's this stuff, but this is, talking about when you get into the high arts, you talking about stuff that can totally transform. It's not just entertainment. The word entertain means to, take your attention. It's not just about entertainment and sort of feeling, at the end of the day, I'm going to listen to some music and chill out. It's like, this is talking about vibrations that can rewire your nervous system, rewire your brain, and remove obstruction from your body, remove obstructions from your mind, and totally transform who you are. Fundamentally, I mean, I'm talking experiences that I had listening to the highest level of music
from the Coltrane and Miles stuff, and you know, especially the late Coltrane stuff. And if you don't know it, look it up, you know, but we talking about stuff that can transform in the way that it's like the hand in glove with the Mucusless Diet Healing System. Because on one hand, you dealing with the physical part, and you dealing with, you know, removing this obstruction out of your body. Now you get over to these vibrations and you start to fill your body up with positive vibrations and transformative vibrations. Now you're talking about taking things to a whole different level. And so that is what we want to create in this album. We want to put music down that encapsulates this period, can act as the calling card for 2021. This era is going to be a little time capsule for this period. And at the same time, create some vibrations that can truly transform people, you know, and you got to be open to it. But we'll even put in a couple things that'll transition people in. You know, if you're not initially open, we'll transition you in. And so that's what we're doing here. And so if you can, we would definitely appreciate a little support on the campaign.
And our goal has always been, no matter what we do, if it's the music or if we're doing these unleashes or whatever, it's always to get people to the book. As simple as that. That's all we try to do, is get people to the book.
Mm.
You know, I mean, it's very simple, but that's how we keep it simple.
Mm.
We don't have this grandiose ideas of being wealthy and, you know, riding around in limos and Bentleys, and, you know what I mean? That's not our vibe, man. Our vibe is to have what excites us, man. To hear Spira have a physiological episode, a good one, is just, it's beautiful, man. It's like we're like little kids, you know. We can talk for 4 hours on the phone. You dig about that, going through the elimination. We still are excited about the practice of the Mucusless Diet Healing System. We still are excited about just the basic practice of, you know,
the day-to-day.
So you know, the music, man. You need music and art, and it almost cause, even if you're not a musician, it can set your goals up in other places. You might be motivated.
Well, yeah,
to do something, you know.
Well, and you got to be careful with when you really start getting into a study of vibration, and, you know, lower vibrations, higher vibrations, and you start to break down the kind of stuff that most people consume because they've been taught to, they've been oriented to, is very low vibration stuff.
Right.
You know, it's all about and it goes way back, whether you're talking about some of the old, you know, kind of, you know, blues kind of. I mean, there's some stuff that I came across, I forget the day, but you know, whether you're talking about that or just the same stuff today, it's like, you know, just about, you know, just straight sex and this and that, you know, just you know, a lot of the pop stuff now, it's about, you know, I'm at puffery, you know, I'm great, ain't nobody harder than me, I'm so hard, you touch me and you break. I'm
pretty. I'm a pretty person. Look at me.
Yeah.
Look how pretty I am.
You know, and
you know, but check this out. What we're gonna do with this music is create music to transition at different periods. It might be transitional 1,
right,
transitional 2. So as you're going through your transitions, you can go to the album and put on the music that we're definitely gonna have a as you do your enema music.
Yeah.
We're definitely
I mean,
gonna
that's the
have
thing.
a fasting. I mean, you know, I mean, this is gonna be for the practice of the mucusless diet, like how, you know, the transitional lesson 1. You know, we're gonna really move it through the whole completion, you know, to the long 100-day fast. I guess we'll take it there. You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's
great elimination, and the fall. We're gonna have music for the fall.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this is gonna be, you know, the definitive record.
Yeah.
For the practice of the Mucusless Diet Healing System.
And I'll go through real quick the current perks. There might be an update to these at some point, but it'll always be better. So if you already give, but then we update it later, you'll get everything plus something. But $10, the giver, if you just want to support us, just as appreciate that. The downloader, the $25 level. In fact, let me here it is down here. The downloader, you get the deluxe digital download package of the final album, including high resolution digital downloads of the full length album, the album art, the full color digital print files, storylines that are going to go along with the album. You know, we really going to put something. It's going to be the music, but there's also, you know, everything's multimedia. So you get the album art, the storylines is going to go along with the music. That's all there. So you're going to get that at $25 level. Then the helper level, if you just, again, you don't really want anything in return, you just want to help us out, you know, $50 to get a sincere thank you for us from that. The disc spinner is $75 level, and you get the CD with the CD cover signed by the band. You know, we'll all sign someplace on the cover. The pre-release album download, a digital copy of lyrics and storylines, a digital art, basically everything in the up to that point, along with the actual signed CD. Then $100 supporter. Again, if you don't really care if you get anything, you just want to support us, $100, we would appreciate that. Then we got the patron level, get all of those perks for $200, all those perks, as well as a video call, and I'll even increase the time for the 15. We'll do 30 minutes. I will change that, 30 minutes. If you donate that to us, we're gonna holler at you. We're gonna get on a little video chat with you and show our appreciation. And then as well with that, you get digital copies of all the mucus, all of our Mucus-free Life books as well, and also the signed copy of the annotated Mucusless Diet Healing System with the free shipping for people in the U.S. So that's the patron level, and anything over and above that, you just get you kind of get everything. But so this is where we're at. We're really trying to put this out here, and we say the impact. We want this music to be transformational to all who listen, and to identify and exercise the pain of this era, the vibrationally move to a state of liberation and inspiration. And as we said, few musicians, especially in jazz, are making music for this moment that really encapsulates and captures this moment. And there's a historical legacy for us to live up to, the Archie Shepp and Charles Mingus, John Coltrane, that really put music down that defines their era. We need to make music that defines this time in history. Yes. And this consciousness that we're bringing to the table, the mucus-free consciousness, a transformation, transition, so important. And as we talk about, and Brother Air keeps bringing up, the transformation of the culture, you got to have the art as a part of it. The art, the mythology, the storytelling, that's all part of building and creating organically a new reality, a new culture, a new society, a new nation, all of these concepts, but it starts with wherever you're at. I like that the old song, brighten the corner where you are. Wherever you're at. If you're in the nastiest city in the nation called Cincinnati, you do the best you can.
I knew you was gonna get that in. I was listening. I said you gonna say Cincinnati. If you weren't gonna say that,
you was gonna say it. Yeah. Brighten the corner where you are. So anyway, we appreciate it. Any support, and if you don't, do on here, I also posted up our PayPal. If you don't want to do it through the Indiegogo or YouTube, I got the PayPal link, the Cash App link. I already posted that up in the chats a little while ago, so you can check that out. But and if you can't support that way, share the video, like the video, share the video, follow me on Instagram, and subscribe to the channel, and just with your social media people, share what you can, because that really helps. That helps get this, get us out here, because up to this point, we've really done most everything organically in terms of online and putting the message out there. It's been very organic, and so now we're starting to move into the next level now. But up to this point, it's just been people have seen what we do and our message, and have been like, well, that makes sense. Let me support these brothers and put it out there. And so, we're trying to grow and build, bring more people into the fold, and really show that this is the model. We got to create the model that other people can follow. The model for peace and peace and tranquil existence that's not based on killing people and killing animals and
don't be afraid to step away from what you think is taking care of you. In that death culture, don't be afraid, because as soon as you make that decision to step away and you take care of yourself, something will take care of you. You know what I mean? Something else will take over. Will take over taking care of you.
Yeah.
Your needs will, you say your needs, not your wants. Your needs will be answered if you're sincere about what you're trying to accomplish and elevate. What you're trying to elevate to. So we say the universe don't like nasty.
Right.
You can stay in that nasty world and delude yourself that they're taking care of you and that you can't make it without them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what just kills the spirit of most people. They stay too long, 20, 30 years, and they just lose all their will to slay the dragon, you know what I mean? And then they just become that acceptant retired person who sits around and ends up getting a part-time job because they need a few ends to buy some extra Tootsie Pops and Black and Miles. You know what I mean? It's like, so.
Yeah, them carton of cigarettes ain't gonna buy itself.
Yeah. So, don't hold on. Don't stop holding on. If the scandemic didn't do anything, it was the signal. It was the signal. You know what I mean? It was the signal to make a move, to okay, forget it. Just, everything else done fell apart. Why not? I just let this go and see what I can create for myself. So I mean, this is the time, man. This is the time let them things go, man, and start building and take a chance. You know, I mean, Spira talking about being in the van, you know, like van living, Jack, you know, and I can imagine his van living is probably like Airbnb van living. It's not no shabby van living. I know how Spira go, you know. He's got, you know, it reminds me of when me and Hanif was on the road traveling, and sometimes we would stay overnight, you know, and we would get a hotel and we would sleep in the van. Now, this cat probably has all kind of amenities in his van. When we what we did in the back of the van, we had a tarp. Man, this was how we were doing it sometimes. We had a tarp, a big old 20 feet tarp, fold up that fits the van. And we would get in there and have bottles of water that we would buy. And so we would take a bath, man, like pour the water over our head, take off all, because be in the van,
yeah.
And shower up with the bottle of water.
Yeah.
All of it, it would run into the tarp, and we would let the tarp drain out of the door. Once we open the door up, and it would drain on out. We would put on our clothes.
Right.
We would shower up. I mean, like two bottles of water, or maybe a gallon of water.
Yeah.
And we would pour it over our heads and soak it up and do the whole thing. We completely naked now. I mean, but you know, we take it like, you know, in the back of the van.
Right.
So I can imagine, you know, this cat, you know, he's got like, you know, proper stuff, you know, like really. But I'm saying that I know about that van living, you know, and when you have to make it up. You know, we would do it. I mean, you know, me and Hanif was gone for like 3-4 days sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, half and half, you know, we'd stay at a hotel, half I'd be like, man, we could stay in the van, especially overnight stuff, you know. We could sleep in the van, you know. So I know a little bit about that, man, as far as, you know, how to do it, man. Find you a spot to park and sleep and oh man, that was the life, man. You know, we would always find like almost like a Walmart.
Yeah, because I was just saying, I got my little. I'm not divulging the secrets of where to park because I know I don't want people going messing it up because I found some great places to consistently park all across this country where you don't get messed with at all. It's super tranquil. I'm like, oh, this is great.
We had the seats that recline.
Yeah.
We slept. And we had equipment in there, and so we, you know, so it was like I said, we'd be gone for 3, 4, 5 days sometimes, man, and it was always, and the one rule, we always fasted, juice fasted.
Yeah.
Because it was easier to be in a big venue like that when you had a big festival. You don't want to have bowel movements. I mean, you don't want to use a porta potty.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? But, you know, it's easy to urinate, you know, like for men especially. You can find a place to urinate, you know, in a porta potty or whatever, but you don't want to have a bowel movement, you know?
Right.
So we would fast, but every time on the way home, it never failed. Hanif would as soon as he found out, okay, we on our way home, the next stop, the gas stop, he was getting some raisins and cashews coming off the fast, you know, like, I mean, that was consistently, like, you know, but That's why I say like he kind of paid his dues a lot. I mean, because I don't think people really understand how much we did that.
Right. No.
This was over 8 years
Right.
of being out there, like, you know what I mean, like going to these places. And,
Right.
And we did it a lot, and we were gone all the time, like, you know, like so, you know. Oh, that looks familiar.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that old picture of us from.
Yeah,
but this is
man.
but yeah, this is the older.
Finding your spot, man.
Yeah.
The bungee cord over the top.
Yeah. This the old.
Spot.
Yeah, that's the old. You know, the old.
Spira did have a trifling setup at first with a bass drum.
Man, I thought that was brilliant, man. I thought that worked.
On a cardboard.
On the cardboard box, man. That cardboard box lasted for years, like, and it finally got hit with some rain and deteriorated, and you know.
Was that up at the?
That might have been when that one died, yeah. And then I found one the same size, okay. And but then then I finally updated when it was time to do a TED talk. I updated.
He had a cardboard box. Like, you know, so yeah, we would that was the didn't we have like a yellow one of them, or?
Well, yeah, I still have that in the back, but I don't never because it was small. The first one I ever got was one of those. Yeah, that's the bigger one.
That's the one I got now.
Yeah, like or comparable, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that was the life, man. Get out, pack up, right? You might not be able to park where you play. And so you find your parking space, build your stuff up on the dolly, and you roll it. And
right.
You walk to your spot.
Here it is.
Yeah,
that's probably 2004, 2005.
Yeah.
This is you know, the taste of Chicago.
We were out with Orlando, and then we decided, man, we gotta come back.
Yeah.
We gotta come back, man, because this was off the chain. So
yeah, we got our
what was I playing?
Our license.
I doing the marimba then, or was I doing the djembe?
I think that was the djembe TikTok era. I think, or the goom. I've been the goombas with the TikTok.
I didn't have.
Didn't you do that?
No, because I think I was doing. I don't know what I was doing. I probably was doing like an array of different things. That was
the taste of Chicago.
Yeah,
okay. Well, you can see.
Yeah, that was the marimba.
Oh, okay. Okay. I guess it was. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the marimba. Yeah. We and me and Hanif did that for at least 5 years.
Yeah.
And boy, we got it was just unreal. I mean, literally, people was coming to see us, like, "Hey, where you been?" You know. And then we ended up going to Detroit for the next 4 years, and because that Chicago Jazz Festival and Detroit Festival was at the same time. So y'all went to check out. You and Ryan went to check out Ornette one.
Yeah. Ornette Coleman that year. Yeah, we
down
came
in Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I gave Ornette a copy of the Mucusless Diet, and
that's the license for the Busty in Chicago.
Yeah.
A license. And that was early in the morning one morning, and we took the license. We paid like $100.
Yeah, it was like $100. Yeah.
And then we took them and made that money right back.
Yeah, I mean, in like 20 minutes.
After we walked out the door.
Yeah.
He's like, let's go set up somewhere and make that little $100 right back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was.
Yeah, and you notice we're changing. Like the clothes have changed. Because we're like living, like we're
Yeah. I mean, we
changing
yeah,
every
we on
day.
the
We're taking baths,
right.
We had a spot. Oh man, that was real hardcore in the parking lot.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We
I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm seeing if that picture comes up with the where we had the so well
lot,
we did the parking lot the one time, and then we woke up to the knocking. We was like, because we didn't pay nothing, and I was about to just roll because he was like, give money, and I'm just about to and then we thought about it, and we're like, you know what if we just pay him a little bit, and like, man, if we pay you, can we just keep the vehicle here?
Right.
And they're like, yeah. So it's all right, here, paid him, and then just stayed there. But then the real spot was when we got in the garage. The 24-hour, just
up where
on like the 4th or 5th floor of the thing.
With the fire escape.
Yeah, like right next to the fire escape. We'd go out on the fire escape.
4 or 5 in the morning, we just chilling out there, like looking at Chicago, man.
Yeah.
And so this is what I'm talking about, like risking it all. Like, making it up as we go along. We didn't know what we was gonna do.
Right.
We didn't know that Spira was gonna lock the keys.
Yeah, he ain't never gonna let me live that one down.
No, because I was saying every time we got out the car, I said, "Do you have your key?"
Right.
I must have said that 100 times that weekend.
Right.
He gets out the car. It was one. No, I come back from the gas station with whatever we had gotten, but he wanted something else. We both went in, and he forgot it. The one time I didn't ask
the one
you,
time he didn't. Yeah.
I didn't ask you, did you have your keys?
Yep.
And boy, and what entailed after that was, boy, I mean, like, you talking about some the legacy of the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, like we're right in that, we're a couple miles away from where the Ku Klux Klan was founded.
And we ran into some
people that ain't
that was like wanting to be helpful, but just no kind of on talking to black people.
No,
like it was like, hey, it was weird. So that was part of the experiences. But it all added to the whole experiences that we were building up together as partners. Like, we was hanging out. We was spending a lot of time, man, together all the time doing stuff.
Yeah.
Doing things, protesting, rehearsing, just, supporting, because he was going through school, so he'd have an event that he would be playing at. And I remember, when you were at a big band for college, and you fell off the. Where did he go? All of a sudden, you see Spira, and then he's gone. Like, what happened?
Yeah, that's one of those you just gotta, hey, can't do nothing about that one. You ain't no saving face. You just gotta kind of stand up and take a bow, because I sat down. My chair was like, the chair was back. Was the little leg of the chair was off the riser.
Yeah.
So I sat down and just went. Right.
And that's my boy, but I just had to crack up because it was like straight out of a Saturday Night Live skit. It just looked so hilarious. Like, can't believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looked like he just wiped out, like just completely gone. I was like, and then when he came back, he ended up getting on the bar.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like, all right.
And, well, I was just happy that I cared mostly about my trombone.
Yeah,
and so somehow,
took that with you.
yeah, the cat, yeah, it was like that was safe, and so I was cool with that.
Yeah,
It was all
you
right.
were lucky with that one because when you went back, I mean, we talking like what 5-6 feet.
I mean, it wasn't.
I mean, that was.
It was a couple feet off the ground, but yeah.
It was, you know, it was. I mean, about 3-4 feet.
Right.
But it was enough to do some damage.
Right.
On your trombone if it hit the
wrong
way. But yeah, that was something, man, in front of your family, man.
Yep.
Because you had the family all out there checking you out. And I was like, oh man, what happened, you know? So yeah, it was all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we spent a lot of time, man, doing a lot of things and exploring and just hanging, man, and just talking. You know, that's the real connection is conversing, sharing ideas. This is what this is now with Mucus-free. This comes from us conversing, talking about mucus-free life, talking about all these things, and yeah, man. So this was, you know, we do what we say we're gonna do. Some way it gets done.
Yeah.
If we say we're gonna do it, we do it. And you know, the universe is like that. If it's rational and it makes sense, it'll happen. You know, if we want to do something that's crazy and off-centered and stupid,
right,
then you know it won't happen. But
right,
you know, as long as you want to do good things, you know,
right,
things that elevate and serve others, you know, it happens, man. So
yeah.
So
now, and I heard that you recently were on some kind of public forum.
Oh.
And
with the young,
what was that about?
With the young Eligio, the honorable Eligio, the asshole, you know, and his clonies, and I had to slice and dice them because they were just. My son is
go make sure to get it.
Is enamored with their content and always listens and tries to converse, and he tries to turn them onto the Mucusless diet. They want no part of it. So I happen to be in a situation where Hani wanted me to see what was going on. I didn't know I was on. I just was looking in his phone. He had me his phone. I just looked at it and somebody said, "Hey, Brother Air." So I was on this panel and we got to talking about, because this guy was talking about hunting and eating fish and how fasting and fruitarianism and just vegetarianism is not what's happening. And I lit into his ass. You know, and it showed just how young he was,
right,
in terms of him playing in the sandbox, and the people, the you know, I was telling my son, you notice those people on his platform who if they're women, they're little girls. If they're men, they're little boys. You know what I mean? There's no men. You know, I mean, we're talking about people who let an idiot punish them by putting them. This is another man punishes another man by putting them in the closet for 3 days. and they adhere to it.
Mm.
So you have these cats with this real mental illness, and it's simply, like I said earlier, they don't know that they don't know. Because this is the things that they do and talk about are things that they talk about for 2 or 3 years. They haven't. I was telling my son, check them out in 20 years
Mm-hmm.
and see what they're talking about and see where they at.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be tragic.
It's gonna be. Excuse me, may I take your order? That, you know what I mean? That's
that's the best case scenario.
Yeah.
Because it could be a lot uglier than that.
Well, it's gonna be in some cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's gonna be tragic in that way. But I'm just saying that I've been dealing with the mucusless diet for 40 years.
Mm.
You about 18, 19 years.
Mm.
So we kind of feel confident about what we're doing.
Right.
And when we're talking from experiences. These cats ain't experienced nothing. He was trying to say, well, I was a fruitarian. How long? Couple of months?
Well, yeah, a couple months.
Well, I got so thin. Well, that's what happens.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these dudes are just idiots, and they're embarrassments to not only the Black people, but to a human race, and for the younger people, I guess the millennials, to actually give these people an ear. It makes me understand what kind of pain younger people are in. Constipation is real. And when you deal with them cats and that whole cadre of people, you're dealing with serious constipation.
Yeah.
Serious constipation. They don't know it, but they think they know it. They think they really got a handle on something, and that they really are intellectuals and sophisticated on certain levels, and they're just it's like it's sad, man. I didn't think young people was in that much pain that it's like annihilation. It's like they're exhibiting this annihilation type of behavior, and all I was trying to do was say, look, here's a book. See, that's the one thing that they haven't done is got a hold of the Mucusless Diet, Arnold Eric's Mucusless Diet Healing System book.
Right.
Because, see, that'll clear up some things.
Some of that, yeah.
Some of it.
Right.
But they don't want to get in. That's what I told my son. If you're going to be involved with these fools, then try to slip a little consciousness into their coffee where you can.
Right.
Because that's what they need. And so that happened, man, and it was just embarrassing, man, to hear the kind of things that was coming out of his mouth, and that young people really think that that's knowledge, and it's just chaos.
Well, and while you on that, then I know you also want to talk about your peers and some of the disappointment that you've had in this COVID era of seeing some of the people that are supposed to be the most revolutionary hardcore militants, and all of a sudden they fold at the first sign of.
Well, you said it. You said it. Like, I couldn't believe that this was all it took to take them out of this whole revolutionary militant type of being that they have lived for 40 and 50 years. It's like, it hit me like, this is what you're going, like like you actually are going for this?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that maybe, you know, when I look at my peers in the conscious community, I thought that there would be no little than an attack on the community or a flood or something that would raise our consciousness, that would get us. This was all it took, was to scare you with the cold is coming. The cold is coming.
Yeah.
You know, and man, and so I just dropped I mean, as far as having reverence for any of this Black consciousness that surrounds us, and militancy, man, it's only us.
Mm.
It's only us who is talking about elevating and healing ourselves. The rest of these folks, man, are and people my age and older, their excuses, well, I'm kind of old. I'm kind of an old person, so I got to look out for my. No, as long as you eating pus and mucus, and you know, it's just like, now we see what you know.
Yeah.
Now we see what you know. It's just it's just a big you know, like what we used to talk about, the city. And, you know, like, say you come across the bridge of Kentucky and you can see Cincinnati and that skyline, but that's like it's not real. It's like a TV set.
Yeah, facade.
Down.
Yeah.
That's what they have been all their lives now. It's like, you know, they've been revealed.
Yeah, it's been revealed.
It's been revealed, like, y'all ain't about nothing. So so yeah, man, that whole thing is real disappointing. And I'm saying this is, we shouldn't be shy about talking about immortality. We shouldn't be shy about talking about death is unnatural. We need to put it out there all the time and force it down people's throats. Well, you got to die of something. Well, if you keep eating the same crap. So
die of something else.
Yeah. I'm saying that no pain. You dig what I'm saying? If I got to pass, I can do it with less pain.
Right.
Imagine your mama and the kind of pain when she was going out.
Yeah.
The pain had to be just unbearable. So I'm talking about immortality. I'm talking about death is unnatural, boastfully, in your face, in your face, in your face, in your face. And so you preachers, you imams,
you got to social distance. Can't go to church.
You bishops,
now, you can't go priests, to. You're not gonna be.
All of you.
Your faith isn't gonna save you in your church from the COVID.
You I'm telling you about immortality, and death is unnatural. So I'm in your face, and I challenge any of you to say otherwise. So yeah, that's where I'm at, man. I'm like really on this immortality and really talking about death is unnatural, to the point where, why shouldn't we be? Why should we be talking about death? Why shouldn't we be talking about nothing but living? That should be our conversation. What conversation should we be having about death? You know, I mean, why should we be discussing death? We should be talking about living, things that we can do to live, things that we do while we're living. Why should we consume ourselves with death? Death will take care of itself. Well, we got to discuss it for. Well, you got to die of something. You got to do this. No, we're not even discussing. We're talking about living forever. Well, you know, you can't live forever. Why not? I can think that. Is it a law for me to think that?
Yeah. Is it not? Yeah, is it?
That's how I feel. Is that against the law?
No.
No. And if you can think it, it can happen. If I can't pull it off, then maybe you can pull it off. If you can't pull it off, then maybe somebody else can pull it off. Somebody's going to get over the hump. We got the blueprint.
Yeah.
On how to do it.
Yeah. Well, and that's where, you know, on this topic, it's like we on the same page, but coming from different sides of the book. Because my fixation is on the generational topic, like of discussion, because you really can't most people can't have the discussion you're talking about until they understand the generational thing, because they're not going to do it. Like
generational thing. What do you mean?
I'm talking about having children that have children that have all been raised on the Mucusless Diet Healing System. And once intergenerational, once you get down into, 3 or 4 generations deep, we can have real conversations about the eradication of disease, living into, real old ages, and eventually that immortality discussion.
Exactly. I agree.
I agree. And,
but it starts now.
Yeah.
What I mean? It starts now, and I have a child. Maybe he'll have a child. Not.
Right. Yeah, no. But yeah.
I know how these is watching.
Yeah,
we throwing a little shade towards you because we know you watching, man.
Yeah.
But he ain't gave me no indication that he wants to have any kind of children, or he wants to give me any grandchildren at all. So, I don't know. So,
yeah.
But that's funny.
As we talk, so the imagery here for those watching, we got the death culture imagery, because there's no immortality. There's horror movies, but there's not immortality movies. There's not a whole genre of movies that depicts the just beautiful cleanliness, and we got to make.
We got to have our Hollywood. We got to have our mucusless wood.
Right. Right.
Where we make these epic films and documentaries to counteract this other thing that's out here.
Right.
They can talk about death. They're masters at death.
Yeah.
The deaf culture knows a lot about the deaf culture.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how to portray it. Man, they can get wicked. But I'll tell you the one thing that they ain't ever replicated is the level of demonstrative and degenerate levels that the Black Holocaust took. They ain't never gonna show you that real story.
No, they're not. They can't do that.
See, they ain't gonna never show you that real story.
No. Yeah, that's.
But Schindler's List, they can show you.
Well, yeah, they'll do that.
See, but so we gotta make those.
Yeah, we gotta make it.
So. And somebody will come along, some filmmaker who's practicing the Mucusless diet will come along,
Yeah,
and,
we have script ideas and for days.
All day.
We got
all day, man.
Screenplays.
This is what we talked about when we talk about we converse.
Yeah.
We talked about epic motion pictures, documentaries, all this kind of thing, man.
Yeah.
So,
the vision of the whole thing, you know.
Yeah.
And because this is, like this is when this is this is normal. It's just murder. Just murder.
And see, when you see so much murder, do you know that creates panic attacks in people's lives that they live with? That they see so much drama and murder on that television that they go out into the public and have panic attacks.
Well, it's what I was talking about earlier, that that the low vibrational things, letting that into your life, the low vibrational art forms. And
but I got a television, but I don't watch much of it. Yeah, well, I don't have a television and I don't watch any of it. And I'm better off for it, So
yeah. I mean, it's the change that we've been talking about. The change is gonna come, but we got to do that work. That's been the thing. Is just people don't want to do the work.
Yeah.
They like the ideas, and
they like the work for the people who want them to work for them to build some useless type of product. That's what they like to work for. Well, the checks are regular and they stay there 30 years, 20 years. Man, and miserable. Waking up, cussing, and gotta be
and medicated, self-medicated.
Medicate themselves.
Got to get that alcohol at the end of the day.
Yeah, miserable. So, man, it's time for us to work together, man, and build and really put it out here, man. I mean, this scamdemic was just like, it was almost tailor-made for movement. You know what I mean? For movement. It was like, oh, okay, they're through with us. Cool, we're through with them. It's like, oh, okay, they it's like they put a bullseye on us.
Yeah.
Like, well, are you an elite, Spira? You're not elite. You're disposable.
Oh yeah.
So, that should have been the bell ringing for us to,
Yeah, well, and you saw me. Yeah, I'm a pretty optimistic person, and I got excited at first because I was like, oh, people are waking up. We're gonna march. We're gonna do it. Woohoo! I got real happy. You saw how happy I was for a couple months. People are in depression, and they're scared.
What happened to that? Them same people.
Yeah, what happened to that? Yeah, I
walking around with man, tearing up windows, and walking down the expressway on the road. Walking the stopping expressways. What happened to that? Now they wearing masks and hardened toilet tissue. So get out of here, man. They ain't doing nothing, man. But but see, the thing is that constipation can't fight constipation.
Right. Yeah. Write that one down. Yeah, constipation can't fight constipation.
It just can't.
Yeah,
it just can't. So, and that's what happens. So, to fight constipation, you have to be trying to deal with becoming not constipated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what your mission is to clean yourself out. So, yeah, now what is this you looking at?
I'm just trying to find some, which they seem like Google made it a little hard to find. I was trying to find images of some of those protests. The biggest, I think the
lives don't matter.
No, the biggest ones I think were in terms of like the no lockdown was really in Europe, but they didn't report them over here. You know, if you were watching, as you talked about the TV, they didn't report these uprisings that were happening over in Europe that were, the resistance in Germany and I think some in England and different places where they was at least trying to say, look, like this is going in a real bad direction. Like we was already here. We've seen this. Yeah. We've seen this movie before. Right. And we ain't going out like that again. Right. And so they but what the government's always good at doing is they infiltrate and they find ways to to kind of radicalize the message in a way that makes it look very very ridiculous and crazy and then fringe. And they did a great job of it this time. Yeah. Where they bring in all this this Q stuff and all this the conspiracy. I mean, that's their bread and butter, is like, let's inflict all these conspiracy theories, because for the mainstream, they will never get on board because it's too, they put in these bizarre, it's like partial truth. They're masters of this. A little bit of truth and some fiction, and put it together and make it very, very, just kind of outrageous to the mainstream mind. And so you can never mobilize the mainstream, because now you've effectively created this small group of people that are real passionate, but are just totally misled. And they don't know really why they're doing what they're doing. And you can't build movements like that. And so they've mastered the ability to shut movements down using that, using the conspiracy theory.
For your rites of passage feeling, you needed that feeling. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, there's I'm just saying,
it's like,
regardless
of where it went somewhere with you. It empowered you.
Yeah.
Because you had another kind of reason anyway. So this was like, okay, this is a fire up moment. Okay.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you got to go with it when you get that inspiration. You got to, go with that. Go with it.
No matter what's going on.
Yeah.
You fired up. I'm
ready. Yeah. It's like, all right, I'm fired up now.
I'm fired up, and so it's more than me and Brother Air.
Right.
It's a bunch of folks.
A bunch of people.
Might not be thinking about the same thing, but at least I'll have my little, because I would see you would be talking about mucuslessness. Yeah. In the middle of it, would be like looking and be like, oh yeah. You would boldly have your agenda, like, pus and mucus is the reason why all this is happening.
Right.
And people wouldn't be rejecting it.
Right.
They would be looking. They'd be
like, oh, okay. you got a point.
Like,
so it's like, you can't. I would have them conversations with people. You can't talk about and be trying to raise your hand in the face of the oppressor when you eat and live like them.
Yeah, exactly.
And people are like, oh, you got a point. It's like, how are you gonna be out here, getting shot at by these psychopaths, and then you go to the same restaurants and eat right next to them in the booth, right. Like they're in a booth behind you.
Right. Excuse me, can I use your ketchup?
Yeah, like. Yeah. It's like, can you pass the salt?
You pass the salt.
Thank
you. Like, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. See you tomorrow. See you out there.
See you tomorrow.
You know, and
we got something for your ass tomorrow.
yeah.
You
know,
know,
yeah.
Man. It's that kind of cohortness that they carry amongst themselves, and that's why it didn't do anything, and it won't do anything. And you know, if you can get a fair amount of people to go mucusless, you would see some change.
Yeah.
You would see some change in whatever the environment was. It could be a workplace. It could be an even protest.
Well, and that was always what I was, and we got started with that. And the next time it happens, we'll take it a little further. It's like each time, because it only maybe once a year or something. I mean, you'll get the opportunity to mobilize like that, where people will feel that. And what I was trying to do, and Q was jumping on, and Reese, where we was like saying, okay, look, let's participate in this movement and start to and lead it in this direction of the mucus-free, the physiological liberation, and put that into the conversation, and because that's it can be effective, once you really, you're dealing with that in the right way. That's one of the ways that this can go down in terms of a trend. Like, that's kind of a faster way, and it probably won't end up being that way. Won't be the way, but it could be. The power of mobilization, and that's why I always try to get people to study that and study that history, because now you're talking about how can you reach billions of people, and not just give them information, but inspire them to movement and act. That you have to have that kind of mobilization. It's not gonna go through the TV. We say the revolution will not be televised. It's not gonna be like, okay, here's a millions of dollars. Let me get an ad. Let me take out a Super Bowl ad. It ain't gonna go down like that. It's gonna be an organic kind of thing. And in these moments when you have the mass mobilization around the world, especially when it's a righteous mobilization for something, that's the energy of when you can tap into that. You can tap into that energy and infuse the message of the Mucusless diet. That's how you can go from the thousands of people that know about it today to having millions or billions of people know about it overnight tomorrow. That's how that can happen.
Yeah, I agree.
But we have to be ready. And that's where I said we got to be educated. We got to be, and when we see it, we act immediately. Like, we ain't thinking about it and like, it's like, nah, when you see it, you do it. You act. And so, so that's what that was about.
Yeah. What about anybody chatting? Did you say you was gonna try that?
Yeah. So we could give that a go. So what we're gonna do now is if anybody is out there, if you have the video capabilities on on your device or phone, or you're in front of a computer that has a some kind of whatever, the video, and you got a decent internet connection, then we're gonna have a few people on the show to say what's up. If you got a question, you can ask a question. So this is the first time we've ever done this, and so we'll see what happens. And so I'm gonna put the link right now in the chat. This is the join link. If you click that, you'll.
Don't be an ass. We ain't asking you to agree with us. But just don't be an ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is an experiment. This is kind of So instead of having the call in with the phone, this is like the video in. So if anybody wants to do it, I just posted up the link, and we'll see you come in. You go into like a little backstage kind of area, and we'll let you in to say what's up. And obviously, if you the cats that you know who you are, if you on board, come on, come on over and say what's up.
It'd be nice to talk to somebody we haven't never talked to before. That's maybe checking us out, and for the first time, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. So, and we'll see, and maybe people be too shy and nobody will click the link. So there's that.
But
so
like
the opportunity is there.
Like I say, you don't have to agree with us, but we just didn't want no real asshole people to come on there talking and doing crazy stuff, So that's what I was trying to avoid. But like I say, by no means you don't have to agree. We can discuss it,
Yeah.
civilly, but
Yeah. So that's so I don't know. Maybe I better put the link without just the link alone. I guess the hyperlink it did a weird thing where the space didn't. Okay, here's somebody coming in. This is Bobby. All right, so we'll let him get his camera ready and add him to the stream here. What's going on, Bobby?
Oh, he looks like trouble.
Nah, but he didn't have. You do have to have a pretty strong internet connection for this to work on this platform, or it won't work. So, got to have a good internet connection.
There he is.
Okay, he's back. Bobby, what's going on?
You hear us?
You hear us?
Oh, you got the headphones?
Nah, he doesn't have a strong enough internet connection.
Oh, do I need the headphones for this?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to hear, if you want to hear.
Because I couldn't hear. Just step up. Move. Oh, okay. There we go.
Is it coming through the headphones?
No, that's why I took them off.
What about now?
Say something.
Check.
No, you took it down too low. I can hear it. Yeah, say something.
Check.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, so that the opportunity there if you want to jump on, say what's up.
And then just to test it out, maybe somebody that we know, man, where y'all at, man? Reese and Q and all them, just to check this platform out to see if it works right now. Just somebody jump on and say hello.
Yeah. So now I know the one thing that we didn't talk that you kind of you was wanting to look at the history of pandemics real quick.
Yeah.
And so we'll kind of go into this.
People.
It really and this probably really deserves more a real lecture kind of style presentation, but we'll just look at some stuff here. But and really this the history that they have. And
when you say they, you talking Western Europeans?
Yeah. I mean, it's just what we have access to. They only go back so far in terms of when they're really talking about the history of these pandemics. But it's just and I don't know if you had a particular point that you really wanted, because you brought it up several times. Is there a point that you want to make on it? Like,
I wanted to look at what pandemics look like as time goes on, as history moves, is the what was it called, the black
Well, the Black Plague, I mean,
Black
that,
Plague.
that was I mean, that's kind of the
it
one.
took on our name to be black people, so
well,
it took on, the
the
Black Plague.
bubonic plague.
Yeah.
You want to,
Okay.
but.
Well, bubonic
I mean, the main, like I was always curious as to what you really wanted to say about it, because there's not much to say other than we know what people are eating, and we know what the real cause of the death is.
But that's what I was trying to bring out. Like, let's look at their stomachs. All these different eras of pandemics and plagues. Look at the stomach. 18th centuries and 15th centuries, and let's what were these people consuming, and what were they diagnosing as something that is killing somebody.
Right.
So that was what I was looking at. It never changes. It's always
I mean,
it's always the same excuse.
Yeah.
The same thing they use over and over again on us. And
and we just look at the I mean, they just like we said, we live in a different reality. I mean, the folks is living in, this is that old germ theory. I mean, really, it'd probably be better to even get the quotes out, get the Eric quotes on the germ theory, just to.
Nobody popped up there
yet. I don't know if I'm seeing, look, Bobby's trying to get back on, but his video's not active now, so it wouldn't.
So he wanted to talk.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I just don't think he has a strong enough connection.
Oh, okay.
But I'm gonna bring up. All right, so the error of blood circulation. Now, this is, I guess I could share the screen. This is my little medical physiology, pathological physiology continues to find diseases, that is the cause of disease, with the microscope, and germ theory is now fashionable. They will never find the truth and never understand what disease is as long as they have a fundamentally wrong conception of blood circulation and of pus and mucus poisoning, I'll add.
Right.
As
unwritten.
Yeah. And some other places where the germ is not that germ. Well, and in my note, he goes on to challenge the germ. Arnold Ehret goes on to challenge the germ theory and asserts that albuminous foods play the most important role in most human illness. The biologic, physiologic, and much of the dietetic and pathological teachings of this day and age is founded upon the assumptions that the white blood corpuscle is a living cell that is differentiated into the tissues of the blood and goes into, and is a germ devourer, devours the germs. But basically, that's where Ehret challenged that in time. I mean, they're still dealing with the germ theory. I mean, all these years later, that's still the foundation, of all of this, the diseases and the virus and this microscope. We're still looking at all that, but like I said, let's deal with the real stuff, real life, real life pathology that's 100% preventable diet. None of this has to be on here. None of these pictures have to be in existence. What's my man here eating? What's this person that lost the bottom of their feet? What were they eating? What was this person that got the gangrenous finger eating?
Disgusting.
What was this person that had the knee amputation? What were they eating?
Pork chops.
That has to be. In fact, write that down. That's gonna be we got to make that into a t-shirt. What were they eating? Because that's the question for everything.
Yeah.
For all of the pain, the suffering, the sickness and disease. That is the first and most important and might be only question. What were they eating?
Yeah.
The blood, the circulation, they'll try to say, well, it was just inborn, this blood disease and this and that. What were they eating?
People get tired.
What were they eating?
Get tired of hearing that from us, man. We always, God told me, man, it ain't about the food all the time. I was like, yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
It's all about the food all the time. Take the food out of the equation then.
Yeah.
If it's not, then take it out the equation.
Yeah. That's what were they eating? Let's see. I think Bobby's back on. I think he's fixed his. Looks like he might have fixed his connection. Let's try again. Well, what's going on, man?
Hi, Professor Spira. Hi, Brother Air.
Hey, how you doing, Brother Bobby?
Excellent. Thank you for having me. Really, such a privilege to talk to you both.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So what's been going on?
Well, just to let everyone know, I've been doing maybe 6 months on my transition journey, and I've been doing a fast at the beginning of each month, 1 or 2 days, but it'll be a whole week thing, it'll be maybe 3 days fruit fast and then 3 days regular just water fast. But I just had kind of just a quick question, and just with both y'all's experience and stuff. Usually I have kind of what Eric kind of talks about with that greater sense of vitality during my fast, a bunch of energy. I play soccer, I dance and I do all this stuff, whatever. But anyways, one of my most recent fasts for this month, one of the days, I was just I felt sicker than I felt in a long time, it was nauseous and headache, and I really couldn't get up. And it wasn't until I had a smoothie that I felt a little bit better. But it's not really what I wanted to do. But I guess what I'm wondering is just what is your guys' experience with feeling sick during fasts?
Well, that is it's part of it. That's part. Every fast isn't going to be a walk in the park. So some of the fast, and if you fast long enough, you'll go into different periods where you'll go through usually those first couple days might be rough, and sometimes when if you're low enough, then you just need to I always use the term shut it down, and that means I'm turning off the computer, I'm turning the phone off, I'm gonna go lay down and just be, and let the body do what the body's capable of doing. Just let all that stuff kind of go. And sometimes if you do that long enough, do that for a day or a couple days or however long your body demands, then all that vitality comes back again. Then you feel it's you can feel that stuff leaving you, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, all right, I'm back again, and you pick up where you left off. And that's part of the art of the fasting process, knowing when to hit the gas, when to hit the brakes, when to get out, when to break it. And but you're definitely gonna go through that, go through those periods of not feeling your best, feeling kind of weak. And that was something, Brother Air always kind of warned me about, or at least was open talking about that part of it, kind of that rites of passage aspect of it, of you're not always going to feel 100%. And to don't let that deter you or to scare you off thinking, oh, wait a minute, this isn't working. I'm not able to jump tall buildings in a single bound right now. You're on Mother Nature's operating table.
Yeah, forget about that.
It's like you're doing this heavy, deep surgery without a knife, without a scalpel. And so it's a privilege to be able to do that, to be able to kind of go through that, because you don't know, especially, younger, what that would have been. So you go through something that's unpleasant now at the age that you're at now. But if you hadn't gone through that might have been in 20 years, that could have been a stroke, because you never eliminated that, and your body never had the opportunity to work that out of it. And so
how long had you been fasting at that point?
That was like day 4.
Okay, so what were you doing? Water, juice, or dry? Or what were you doing?
Water. Yeah. It was water for, well, it was like juice for 2 days, and then the 4th day, or like, then it was like water for the next 2 days. So like the 4th day I wasn't feeling good. And so I just decided to like lay down for like half the day.
That's why I never fool with water. Because water can really, if you start out with juice, I'm just a proponent of, if you start out with juice, finish with juice. Water, sometimes the water doesn't stimulate like it's like 2 days of your body dealing with juice. And then all of a sudden here comes water and it's not doing anything. It's like, it's gonna make you feel nauseous. Is that the way you felt?
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's funny that you even say that, because I wake up and I feel nauseous, and I'll drink water and I'll feel more nauseous. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
That's exactly what's gonna happen behind water. You should have started it with water. It doesn't work the same with the juice after that. But from going from juice to water, it creates another kind of physiology that, you say you felt bad, but then you say you drunk a smoothie. Was that a fruit smoothie or something?
Yeah, it's a fruit smoothie.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That was a fruit, and you felt all right, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there it was.
Yeah.
So
that's why, when you really look at Eric's methodology, his fasting methodology, he recommends short-term fruit juice fasting over a period of time, systematically, intermittent. He coined that term and concept. Intermittent fast is really Eric, but intermittently with the mucus-free diet. And so instead of trying to do those real long periods of fasting, you do a couple days on fruit juice and then eat mucus-free for a couple days or a few days, and then get back to another few days of juice fasting. And doing that intermittently over a long period of time will have you arrive, by the time you get to that higher level of removing the obstructions and going through this process, it's much more sustainable, and it's a more comfortable way to get there. And as opposed to the water fasting methodology, that's just, even though Eric did the long-term water fast, he did those long 49-day water fast, he still recommends the juice fasting or the lemon juice fasting. At the most aggressive would be the lemon water kind of fast. But that's all part of it. That's part of learning about your body, learning how, what type of fasting process is best for you. but and always bringing the diet along with it. And for me, whenever also when I felt like what you're talking about too, I would immediately do a lemon juice enema, lemon juice and distilled water enema, and go lay down.
Are you doing enemas?
I still have not been baptized yet.
Oh,
Okay.
well, you gotta,
you gotta get baptized, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a huge. I mean, you talking about like nauseous and that kind of. I mean, that's game changer, and definitely when you fasting. I mean, that's the one thing you really want to be irrigating the colon out as it was, especially early on. Why don't
you want to do that? I mean, why have you been hesitant?
Probably just like cultural, just like hesitance. You know what I mean? Just like being a guy and just be like, nah, I don't stuff up anything in my butt or anything like that,
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what. I mean, I never thought like that because I know I'm not homosexual. I mean, that's not. So I mean, that's what we're relating it to. Like, well, I don't stick something in my butt. Well, I didn't ever have a problem with sticking. I mean, it just never. That never came up, as far as that, like thinking like that. I was like, man, this is supposed to clean me out. And I'm supposed to feel better. Shoot, I'm doing this. I mean, I don't know how people relate that to like this man thing, well, I don't stick anything up my butt because I'm a man, and I that never.
Yeah, I'm just keeping it real with you too, because like I just like I don't really know why I don't. That's just like kind of where I would land with it. I mean, it's also like it's kind of an investment, the person that I'm looking to do my enema, they're like $50 or $60. So I just have to like put a little aside for that too. But it's also priority and all that too.
What are you talking about? Like, nah, you can do your enema in $20. You can get a bag.
Where you at?
You
man?
get you a $10 bag.
Yeah,
a $12 enema kit, and get you about 5 lemons and some distilled water, and you can do your first enema under $25.
Yeah, I've seen that. I haven't really put in the research for that right now.
Where are you at, man? Are you in America? Are you in America?
California.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well,
California, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there should be
there's a lot of
enema bags on every street corner, and out in California.
There's a lot of practitioners out on the West Coast, man. You gotta get you a bag, man, and experience the whole enema piece, man, and start cleansing like that, because you're kind of experiencing half of the mucusless diet now.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you've told me that one before, man, for sure. I really do want to get on it, but I don't know, just
do it, man.
No excuses, no, but just it is what it is for me.
Just go get you a bag, man, and hook it up, and let us know after you do the first one. Do the second. What do you say, Spira? Always what you say? Do it for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing. When you're getting started, just give it a chance. Do it for 2 weeks, and that'll let you know.
That's every day.
Yeah, I mean that'll let you know where you're at. And I just shared the definitive how to do a lemon juice distilled water enema video that we put out last year in collaboration with Mr. Q Ortiz, and
cut Q cut Q on the toilet, see. There we go, there go Q. Cut Q.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, Q on his head, cut. Spira, get out of there. Let Q come in. Yeah, that's
and then down here, I need to fix it, but there's the
Q is a West Coaster too. He's out there on the West Coast too.
San Diego.
I'll have to link up with him.
Yeah.
It's taking forever. But this is it's also at a blog post that's connected to there's a link to it down in video, but this has like the how-to, the actually written instructions on how to do it. We just did a website upgrade and I need to reformat this. It's kind of pushed it all together. But this is how you do it. You know, you get the fasting going, but doing the enemas with the fast will transform the whole fasting experience.
What are you eating, man? What are you eating?
Right now I've been trying to stick to just fruits and like soups and potatoes, like sweet potatoes, and some like kind of like cheater vegan meals, you know, every now and then. But like I've come a long way in like about a year or so. So I've just been trying to be like conscientious of that.
When was the last time you ate meat and dairy?
Oh yeah, it's been a second, maybe about a year or more.
Oh well, you're doing good then, man. I mean, that's kudos, bro.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'm super like super like passionate about it right now. I'm like trying to start like my own business to, you know, help people get more, you know, healthy on this type of level, you know.
Well, how you gonna do that, man? And you trying to get it together?
Well, I just feel like just building the bridge for some of the beginners, you know what I mean? Like even just like helping people go vegan is just like part of like the frontline process for me, you know, or like, you know, part of the battle. Like for some people, it's like getting them to even just eat plant-based, you know, like let alone talk about mucusless.
Yeah, well, yeah, we know a little bit about that. But you know, it's like when you start talking about becoming plant-based and becoming a vegan, sometimes a lot of bad habits come out of that in terms of because the key to any of this is how to transition through it. And when you leave that component out of the teaching, how to transition properly, and you say, well, okay, we can do the vegan, I can be vegetarian, but the transition, man, that's why, yeah, I know it's hard for people to talk about the mucusless level, but they really need to. You really need to start there with the book, you know, and the practice of the mucusless diet, so that there's no kind of, I mean, you really know how to read yourself. Because when you start dealing with veganism and vegetarianism, you kind of guessing. You just check this out, do this, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, you want to start properly. If they're gonna be interested in a plant-based, they need this. I mean, and I'm real biased, man. I just think the mucusless diet is where you start.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I can't talk about
and the sustainability argument, because I'll have this discussion with hardcore ethical vegans, and I'm saying if you're not getting people into the Mucusless Diet Healing System transitional methodology from Jump Street, you run the risk of, I don't care how empathetic these people think they are. We have case study after case study of people that had so much love and pain and just feeling for the animals, but they couldn't maintain a vegan diet because they had no transitional methodology, no method to what they were doing. And it happens every day. People that were, you know, I tried veganism. I was vegan for a year. I was vegan for 5 years. It didn't work for me. You know, really, you know, I feel bad about the animals.
They gained weight, and they, you know, they were vegan, but they gained a lot of weight. All of us, you know, I mean, and it's just.
But the key, which is what I'm always constantly talking about, is the transition diet. It's not about being 100% mucus free.
No.
you know, it's about dealing with the system.
Yeah.
And that's the key. And I'm gonna read this. Here's this little excerpt. So this is out the Mucusless Diet book, but this is where Eric's talking about the internal baths or enemas. He says, during the transition period, even though you have regular bowel movements, it is advisable to wash out the lower colon. The sticky waste, slimy mucus, and various poisons which nature is attempting to eject should be helped along as much as possible. So right there, you know, he encapsulates it very nice, because you gotta put in why you do it. Well, the sticky waste, the slimy, slimy mess, all of this stuff, all this good stuff, which I saw all of these pictures. I had all of this come out of me. I've seen all everything that looks like all this, and each one of these, from the black ones to the green to the brown, you know, we've seen all this come out of me with enemas and during the fasting process, especially.
All stringy and stuff too.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh yeah.
That's real.
I mean, when you start really doing this and you start digging in, this becomes part of your reality. Like
parasites are real.
Yeah, this is coming out in droves. Like, you thought you were clean, you thought you were all like, well, I eat pretty clean, and and you start really digging in, and you're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah. I mean, that's real, man. Like, you know, parasites are nothing to play with, man. You know.
Yeah.
Like,
damn. This is enough of a reason for anyone to go mucus right here, mucusless.
You would think.
Well,
you would think. It's I mean, this stuff, boy, you want to talk about, like, if you ever want to know what death smells like, yeah, get some of that stuff out of you and smell it, man. This is just straight death.
Yeah, man. So yeah, man. I mean, I don't think we were trying to berate your business plans. You know, you said you wanted to start a business, but I mean, I was like, man, look, do this properly, you know, and learn yourself where you can teach others the correct way. You know, I mean, I just have problems with people wanting to be instructing people when they haven't really done anything. They haven't really gotten themselves together.
Yeah, that's true, man. I just feel like we're just living in a time that we need like anything we can get, you know, as far as changing people's minds, you know what I mean? Like, there's such a radical force being forced upon us that like anything that can be done, even if it's just getting people, like everyone, to go vegan like tomorrow or something like that. Just like, and then like, let's work on the next thing of getting them on a more nutritious diet, and then like, let's get them on like a mucusless, you know what I mean? Like, what are the tiers to all this shit?
I mean, the question then is like, well, where do you best put your energy? And with like what we're trying to build with the community, if you to have that kind of influence, then my encouragement is like to really like become a leader in the community, which means, you know, you're practicing and you're on the forefront of that, but, you know, participating in the meetups and all, you know, all that kind of stuff, and you know, sharing a bunch of stuff online and starting to build that kind of following, because especially in this day and age, that influencer culture, but it's also about community-based influence, because most people, they have to have that kind of, to even look at something and think that it is legitimate, there has to be a group of people doing it. And that was one of the reasons this took kind of so long to get the Mucusless diet to where it is now, is because, you know, when I got started with it and when Brother Air was doing it, the only people that were getting into it were the true visionaries that could see it, that didn't need a big group of people to feel comfortable to do this, that you could read the book, you could say, this makes all the sense in the world. I don't care if no one else is doing it. I'm going to do it. That was the attitude of the people back then. But what's happening now is, now that we have the community forming, and the more that we have, you know, and I encourage people to really participate and become leaders, because the infrastructure is there. We built the infrastructure. And so now it's like people to stand up and be like, okay, this is what's going on. And by doing that work of building within the community, that is so attractive to people, the outside, more so that it's like, of course I'm always be obsessed with the information. That's part of my mission, is just the teaching aspect of it. But what's really going to draw people in is that community, and to see that something's going on. Like people, it's so attractive. Like they can't help but be drawn in, because it's like, wait a minute, what are they doing over there? Like, people, I mean, you have that experience just at a park or something. There'll be a bunch of people looking like, man, it looks like they're having fun over there. What are they doing? Like, I want to be a part of that. Like, I at least want to know what's happening. And so using people's own, desire to want to be a part of things like that, that's, I think, the magic tool in terms of really getting this information over to people in a way where, because self-interest only goes so far. Because the problem with that, right now, a lot of it is the early stages was the self-interest, people being sick. They want to feel better. What can help me feel better? Mucusless Diet Healing System. Boom, I'm feeling better. Then they go back to eat the way they used to eat, because they didn't really deal with the system in a way. They dealt with it enough to heal themselves from chronic illness, but they didn't deal with it on a lifestyle level to be able to sustain it, and they didn't develop that desire to do so. But what I find is the stronger the community gets, the more people, they learn a lot faster. You learn through dialogue, you learn through that observation, and you see other people that are desiring to live the lifestyle and doing it and being successful with it. Then it's so much easier for people to just plug in. And so anyway, so to long story short, I invite you to be a part of the community, jump in and participate in like you did here. You jumped on here to participate when no one else did, so you have that. So I'll
always be here for sure.
Yeah, so I commend that, and I commend that spirit, and it's just a matter of like I said, putting that energy in the right spot. And I think right now for you, a great spot would be, just plugging into the community, and because that's where a lot of people are going to start being able to really plug into that, and we're growing it now. We're really trying to make some moves to grow it. So, and that just for people that otherwise would be uncomfortable doing it by themselves, they'll be able to really have that support system. And so that's been what I've been trying to really put together right now.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate the Wednesdays, man. I don't really have anyone to talk to other than my homegirl Nicole. She's the one who kind of put me onto all this. She's been doing like Mucusless for kind of Mucusless, mostly Mucusless for like a year or something or more. 3 years. 3 years, she just said. Oops. But yeah, other than her, I don't have anyone to really talk to or really be like encouraged or engaged with about all this information and stuff. So like I said, I really appreciate the community. I'm hoping to maybe start one, like a community, like a Mucusless community out in my area. But
yeah, the little meetup. I always encourage that, and it can be simple, even something as simple as having some meetups, mucus-free meetups, or some juice lucks, juice potlucks or something, and just having and just be like, hey, come on, we have the juice lux, and you're juicing, and everybody's, and then at some point, then you start, passing out copies of the Mucusless Diet, or do a little handouts or something like, hey, if you're interested, check this out, this Mucusless Diet Healing System, or that kind of stuff. And that's that social, that's the boots on the ground kind of level, which was where the next level that it has to go to is that kind of boots on the ground. But But yeah, you know, it's a great opportunity, you know, for people that have the vision and that.
Tell Nicole to say hi.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Hanging.
Doing great.
Good.
I like having this on in the background.
Yeah,
Also listening, but it's
that's always good. I mean, background, and you see more from the background.
yeah, I'm always listening, but it's just nice background talk too.
Sometimes things are subconsciously dealt with and digested, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool. You know, I just wanted you to say hello. So
not quite as social as him.
I didn't want to spoil your silence, you know.
You didn't. Thanks for saying hi. Maybe I'll ask some questions at some point.
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right.
Yeah. No, it's deep. When I get messages where people, you know, they'll say they go to bed with our videos, you know, and they'll be like, you know.
Like,
and then people starting to have dreams with me. What was that? The dream with me eating hot dogs. Somebody posted that they had a dream.
Evans. That was Evans.
Okay.
He's in I think he's in Seattle. Wait a minute, where was he at? Wherever, but he said he had dreams of you eating like hot dogs with no buns. You were just devouring these hot dogs. And then I came along and gave him I gave him the Brother Air lemonade or something.
Okay.
And he said he was all right after that. I was like, wow, you had us both in the dream, but
yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna get going.
I have some sweet potatoes in the oven that I think are just finished.
Yeah. All right. That
Do your thing,
no oil, no salt. Promise.
That sounds like a plan.
Stay in touch, man, and let us
All
know
right.
what's happening, man. Get your bag, man. Even if you don't use it, just get it and have it.
And have it sitting there, yeah.
Just look at it. You
put
can
it in the middle
every day. You can
just
walk
look at
by
it,
every day. You know.
It's on the top of my priority right now for sure.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Me and Nicole are gonna go get 2 new bags so we can start doing them together.
Beautiful.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Peace.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. Peace.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that was a nice little conversation.
I like that little platform, man. We never done that before, but that's cool.
What's that?
That little platform of how they pop up and they can talk and and we can talk and you know, so you want to do? Is anybody else there? Do one more?
With no one else. If anybody, if we want to do one more, I've got the link up there. If you want to join in and join in the video chat, and
I was trying to go to at least.
Well, it's almost 11 now. So
yeah,
it was just. So yeah, we'll be wrapping up here soon. But I see Michael's on here. Wolfgang, what's going on?
Wolfgang, that's your crew, right?
Yeah, we got the crew. The crew's on here. I haven't seen Reese pop up yet. He might be here though, and not commenting.
Wow, that's a lot of folks. A lot of things.
Ignacio plugging in. Yeah. It's been a good session here. We got our unleashed.
All right. So you can't
let's see. Okay, we got looks like Obacon. Oba. Oba's plugging in. What's going on?
Does he cut his hair? Oh,
good to see you.
You cut you cut the was the Calamari critter?
Oh man.
Did you cut? Oh, okay. I see your hair in the back. Okay.
No, ain't no hair in the back. You got it right.
All right. What's up?
Oh man, it's good to see you guys, man. I'm just plugging in and saying, hey, how y'all doing? Nobody else saying anything, so.
Always good to hear from you, man, and see you, man. How long can you hold your breath now, man?
Man, you know what? I don't know. I really haven't checked. I'm focusing on some work now, man. You know, it's good to be able to do that, but I'm focusing on fellowship and getting things together, you know.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. And really been focusing on my fasting. That's really what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never really done a longer fast. I've always been into like the weekend, a couple of days here, a couple of days there. So now I've been hitting it a lot harder.
Okay.
So I can be ready for that. Yeah.
Good, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so how is the eating thing going?
It's been going better than. Oh man, I think I got into a groove to where it's like it's not even a thing. Like I've been for the past few weeks just been hitting some strong beet salads and with some apples and sauerkraut. I haven't been using any salad dressing, so that's been real good. That's been a good part of where I'm at. I don't even crave any kind of salad dressing. I go straight for the greens and the beets. Really, I've been raw beets. Been digging into that, and you know, I go with probably like about one meal a day, and it's just been very easy for me, very easy. So now I'm going on a day fast in here, and I want to go for a week, and then see where I'm at the end of that week, and then just take it to wherever it needs to be, you know.
So you started feeling like you needed to fast longer.
Oh man, yeah. For some reason, like I never done that. You know, I've just been all about the, you know, what Eric says about like just a 2 days fast, 3 days fast, and it wasn't last year. I barely fasted at all, but the year before that, I must have fasted every weekend for like the first 3 seasons from about February to October. Every weekend I was fasting. Wow. So that's a lot of fasting days.
Why did you feel the need to do that? Was that just something that you
It was just to see what it was about and to like see what breaking fast, getting better at breaking fast. Really getting better at breaking them. Yeah, so that
yeah, that's an art form in itself, is how to break a fast. That's a whole kind of another art form, man. The proper way to break a fast is really something, man.
Yeah. So I just feel this about that time. So yeah, I see you brothers there, man. It's only like 30 people in the chat, so I'm like, man, I gotta chime in and at least say hey.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm glad you did, man. We always talking about you, man, and I don't know. Hopefully, man, we're gonna try to do the Eric Day this year, man. Hopefully, you can come, man.
Man, you know, this whole COVID thing, man, it just really shocked me. I shouldn't be as shocked as I am, but it really has, man. I've lost so much faith in common sense, and it's just all I could do is really shake my head about it. But at the same time, you know, it's brought me some of the best things that I've experienced. You know, like it's you know, how the feeling where it's like lonely at the top. You know, that's kind of how I'm feeling, because I'm feeling great about my fasting life. I'm feeling great about like my life. I'm paying bills. I'm still doing things, and I can't see how anybody stayed in the house all this time. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it.
Is that what people are saying that they did?
Oh, people are doing that.
Oh yeah,
they're doing that.
I mean, there's people that haven't left their house in months. You know, they're having it because everything can come to you now. You got the Instacart and DoorDash. They have every meal is brought to them, every grocery. And so, yeah, there's people living that life, man.
So that's folks who I guess who are getting fixed income, coming to their house or going into their bank account, and they stay in the house and they don't they don't even go for a walk.
Yeah.
I mean, we got family members in that type of situation.
Right.
You know? I mean, it's real.
So being in the service industry, you know, like I've seen how it's really affected that, and I get to talk to a lot of different people with some of the work that I'm doing now. And you know, I've worked on a farm for the past year, and you know, tried some of the off-grid thing, but I just realized that, you know, it's really not about like just surviving, if that makes any sense, you know. It really is about getting just the connections you have and the relationships that you have. And, you know, I've inspired a lot of people through just how they see how I eat. They just don't even understand it, you know. And you know, I've gotten to the point where it's like I don't even try, and I'm still, you know, having people raise their eyebrow like, huh? So, and then it's funny, like when they try to figure it out, they automatically like, oh, so what? Oh, you sure you don't eat chicken? Not fish either? So
yeah, those are always funny. Yeah, those. But what about fish?
Right? Like, no, that's meat. That's animal. No, nothing animal. Like, oh, so milk? Like, no milk? No.
Yeah, and your response should be, yeah, I don't eat it, and you shouldn't be eating it either.
Man.
Right.
I mean, we get
implied.
If you've been watching this video, 2021 is we getting hostile with folks. Man.
I see. What'd you say? Clean that up?
Yeah. We getting hostile, man. Shoot. Man, we ain't gonna be nice no more. Like, you know, be asking me about
the kinder, gentler
that's
days.
Over.
That's
over.
Those
right. That's over, man. Now we gotta turn it on them, man. Let them know like you're doing something wrong.
Right.
You're doing something wrong.
But I'm telling you, look, check this out. So I've gotten a few girls that I've known to do enemas. Okay. And it's crazy because once they do it.
Were you administering them?
No, I wasn't.
Because I know you, Obakar.
Hey, look. That's part of why. That's part of why I need to get. Why I feel like I need to get back into fasting, because I always go back to what got me onto the Mucusless diet and listening to you guys is when Brother Air will talk about how you just can't control yourself. For some reason, you just can't control yourself. And then, you know, you start eating different. You start eating and consuming and doing, then it leads you to doing different things.
Yeah.
And then you go and you do enemas and you just build this routine. And it's like, it's no effort anymore of trying to stop yourself from doing something that you regret.
Because the things that you regret mostly come from being constipated.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. And you just can't be yourself around other people. It's like everybody else is being themselves, but you just can't be yourself.
But
so
that's changing. That's what we're saying is changing now. Now we're taking a bold stand at really when people talk about, well, you don't eat chicken. No, I don't eat chicken, and you shouldn't eat it either. You know what I mean? Like, really, let's turn it. Let's turn it on. Let's really let them know that this deaf culture is
unacceptable
and unacceptable now. Right. You know, and so we might have to be a little rude, but a few bar fights, and shit. but we the way we gotta go is, so.
Right. Yeah, so
that's good, man, that you but see, you always come back around to doing the right thing, though, man, because I know how you gotta
I never leave.
I know.
I stand at the front door. I'm staying at the front door, you know. Yeah. It's like I haven't slipped up. It's not like, oh man, I'm craving meat. It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen, you know. Like, man, I'm telling you, everybody that I've known in Hawaii are hunters, right? I can show you, like, I've been around when they cut the throat of the pig. They hunt wild pigs and fish and all kinds of stuff. They cut the throat of the pig. The pig is just basically bleeding out for 10 minutes. You're watching the pig bleed out. Then he takes his last grunting breaths. Yeah, I watched this. You know, it doesn't, and it makes me even more like. And then while they're cutting it, I mean, they cut it like just precision cut.
You work with?
Yes, yes. But that's a whole. Oh my goodness! But I've seen it from the whole process, and that like they got ticks. The boars got ticks all over them. They're looking all nasty, and they're like panting real bad for that last 10 minutes. And then when he finally takes his last breaths, he's kicking real hard. And I'm like, I'm almost turning pale, you know? And I'm like, I'm looking at this like, man, and this looks good. And I'm like, oh yeah, watch, I'm gonna show you where the good meat is. Yeah. And
Spira would gross us out even more.
So you know, like I've been around that to where it's like, you know, if anything, I respect people who will go and hunt their food, their meat more than somebody who eats this stuff, you know? Yeah, just like that. And but then when they sit there and they butcher it, man, you see how the muscles are twitching, and the muscles twitch for a good 30 minutes while they're skinning it.
Yeah,
you know. Yeah. And
memory, it lives on beyond the
right.
The life of the animal,
the nerves. So you know, I've been around like nearly everybody, and I see people and they eating it raw. They like one of the most
raw pig.
Oh man, they eat all that stuff raw. One of the right. One of the
I remember when I was eating pork, you had to cook it.
You get all those.
Man, one of the most popular dishes in Hawaii is poke, which is raw fish, but everybody eats it, right? Everybody I knew ate poke, and it's like, well, you sure you don't? This is real good for you.
Now, what kind of fish is that? The name of the fish, or is that the name of the dish?
It's the name of the dish. So they have different names for the fish. What the mahi mahi, the ono, the all kinds. The big long list of them. But you know, they have a medley of the raw fish that they just put together and they all eat it. And it's just called poke. But so this is what I've been around. So where it's like, you know, I look at it, it's like, man, I always think about the trenches, and I asked them, I make sure to ask all of them, man, if it ever came down to it, would you eat another person? And without hesitation. Yep. So it's like, I don't. We're friends under certain circumstances.
Overcon with those people eating that raw fish. You say all of them are eating that raw fish. How has that deterred you towards choosing a mate over there, choosing someone to date when you know that they eat like that?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, like, I don't get close enough to smell them. Okay. But it's certain conversations that we just can't have, right? And I know if I can't have a certain type of conversation with a woman, then, you know, it's just going to be lust at that point. That's all it'll be. It won't be anything building.
Isn't it like that all the time? No, I'm just
no.
What are you talking about?
Hey, you know what? It's like that when honestly, it's like that when I've been at my most mucus states, right?
Yeah.
So when I was into the vegan pizzas or the barbecue, one of the things I had was barbecue jackfruit nachos. That was one thing I was doing heavy. Yeah. But you see, that's just as far as it goes, you know. And while I'm doing those things, it's like, you know, okay, I can hang, right? They might get a nacho here, you know. But you know, when you're talking about eating a sauerkraut, cabbage, beet salad, and that's your only meal for the whole day, it's like they magically evaporate, man. It's like you can't pay them to stay around. you know.
Well, they don't mind if you eat it, but they want to eat what.
Oh
they
no,
eat, right?
no. If that's all you eat in one day, they won't be around.
Oh wow.
That, you know, yeah. I haven't been able to fast with them type of friends, like, and they like, you know, it's something about like a nervous sort of quick, fast pace, rushing sort of energy. Like, you know what I mean? Like everything is rushed. And yeah, so yeah, it's very peculiar to me how when I'm in certain periods of my diet that some people I just can't be around. It's not that I force myself to not be around them, but they're just not there. Like they don't pick up the phone. It's like, you know, I miss their call, and it's like it never works out. So yeah, and with all that being said, you know, like most of them people are the ones who like they don't so much believe in the coronavirus as much as they just do whatever's like, okay, this is just what we got to do to get to wherever we got to go next. And with this whole thing, I'm just wondering where it's leading. And I have to align myself and be in a place where, because I know it's coming very soon, where, you know, I just stand my ground and say, no, you know, and the best time I can do that is with fasting. So I'm working on being in a place right now where at any point I can fast. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Hold on, I was just sending somebody a text real quick. But yeah, man. It's good that you how do you feel about your practice, man? You think you're like on schedule with as long as you've been into your practice? You think you're on schedule, or what do you think?
Well, I feel like I'm okay when I'm looking at it. I feel like I'm doing real good because I don't crave any kind of bread. I think on schedule. I think I'm making a lot of progress, and I'm recognizing a lot of the subtle nuances in it, right? Yeah. So I feel like it's more of not planning fast as much as just finding myself having them happen and being able to do productive things at the same time. Yeah. You know, I know there's some levels to where it's like, you know, you just have to be in bed. But yeah, I feel like I'm doing very good because I'm not rushing anything.
Now,
right?
Are you kind of looking at Hawaii as a place you're gonna stay for a while?
Man, not really. No. It's nice, but I'm telling you, like, it's a hunting culture, and
it sounds like a good place to visit.
right, but it's a good place to own things and to like start from the ground up if you have the resources. It's a very big local population to where a lot of the locals are the police officers, judges, notaries. Like I needed a notary. There's no notary around, and the one lady who was doing it was teaching her kids from school, and so that was one thing I couldn't have done. There's a lot of inconveniences like that if you're not plugged into the local population. And like I was saying, my hunting friends, they some of their family was on the police force, and that gave them luxury to say, hey, look, my friend over here speeding, and he hit something, and he's dragging his crankshaft down the road, and sparks are flying, and he speeds through a stop sign, but hey, don't arrest him because he works for us. Right. So, you know, when you start to see like how Hawaii is really a place where if you don't have resources, then you have to know people, and knowing those people comes with showing a certain level of submission to to their program, because everybody has their program who's living there. You know, it's kind of hard. Like every island that I've been to, you know, just looking at the rocks and the stones, you have to kind of have a hardness about you to survive. Yeah. And you know, it's kind of like that. You know, you see women doing men's work out there, like with tough, callous hands. But you know, it's not everywhere in Hawaii. It's definitely not in Oahu. But you know,
I was seeing how they was getting so deep into, you know, arresting people if they didn't do their 14-day quarantine, and you know, I was like, oh,
Yeah,
there's local people who, because you know, they call their moms or their aunties. They're like, man, if you don't put that mask on and I see you, I'm gonna pound you. It's like, wow. And they're all sick and fat. They got elephantitis in the leg, you know. So it's that level of, wait a minute, like there's no sort of rationalizing this when they like blood.
Yeah.
They like blood. They really do. Like you see everything's bleeding. Fish is bleeding. It's a fishing culture and hunting culture. So yeah, you're right about that. But yeah.
Like we was talking about earlier, you know, you can have some you know, go to a tropical place, but that tropical place might not be you know, might not be great. You know, it might the people there, you know, might not be in line with what we're trying to do and what we're talking about, you know.
Right. There's little pockets of it, but most of them are like, one thing that they're into is a Wicca. It's a little Wicca witchcraft stuff, and they're you get small people who don't have resources, really. Like a lot of the people who are like working and doing like work trade deals, they you see those are where the like-minded people are, but then again, they're not the ones with the resources. You'll be lucky to find someone who you can talk to like this, who actually have resources, because most of the people there who do have resources, they just want what they want, and then they're going to get what they want, you know?
Right.
But there's a lot of cheap land out there, but it's all like dried lava rock. And, you know, you have to bring in heavy machines to excavate it,
right? And
that volcano's still going off out there.
That's the other thing, yeah.
Right. I've been through like 7 earthquakes. When like, you know, you just like 12 o'clock at night and you just start shaking. Not really bad, but it's like, man, this is the youngest island. This is the Hawaiian Islands are supposedly the youngest land formations on Earth, supposedly.
Yeah.
And you know, the volcano's spewing over there like 50 miles that way, and there's an earthquake going on. Man, is it just gonna open up and swallow this? Like,
yeah, I mean that's exactly what it looks like. It's just water, man. I mean, it's like this little speck of land, and then it's water, and it's unreal, man, how it's sustained this long, you know.
Right.
Especially in the mucus and pus culture.
Right. Well, you know about that. So there was in the farming work that I did, we had different like leases with different private owners and just land that the state set aside. And one thing that shocked me the most is how so many people have fruit trees, but they just let their fruit just fall on the ground. And when I would go and pick their fruit, they would be mad. When I came up, no, not off the ground, because by the time it hits the ground, in one day it'll be infested with bugs. But I'm trying to get the stuff that's ripe that's still on the trees, and you're still getting people who they're not going to eat the fruit, but they see you climbing it, not doing any harm, and really what it's doing is pest control. Like, man, I'm picking these fruit, and you don't have to worry about all these bugs around. And they're still like,
well, now you're talking about just constipated people, and you can't have a rational conversation or reason. unreasonable constipation, you know.
What
Right.
Get somebody who's picking off an apple tree apples that you don't want.
I got that so many times with orange trees and tangerines and bananas, you know. So
Well, I mean, you know, but like you say, you are around hunters. Hunters are that's like to the 10th power.
Yeah, get close.
That's like to the 10th power of mucus and pus. You know, you dealing with hunters now, so you dealing with some real constipated people that rational thought, you know, comes their way like every blue moon, you know. So
right. There's no convincing them. See, the guy who has to go and buy it in the store, you're like, okay, maybe I can go buy something different. But when you're talking about people who train dogs, or they have bow and arrows, or they have spear guns, and you know, there was a time I was like, you know what, I'll go spear fishing. I went spear fishing before, like, you know, let me go try this out. Man, you out there in the deep blue water, and you know, they're like, well, if a shark comes, then do this. And okay, so you gotta go get chum to bait the shark and everything. And man, I just felt sick doing it. I tried it once, but it wasn't. I didn't kill anything. I couldn't catch anything. I wasn't really too, because it's diving. You know,
it's not. Yeah, it's nothing. It's not fun. It's like
it's not in your spirit. It's not in your spirit, but you physiologically are trying to go the other way.
Right.
So
But,
it's a whole
yeah.
thing.
You also get people who man, they go hunting what they call like tacos, but really they're octopus. And so they, you know, there's these octopus hide in the reef, and man, you'll see people, they go and they grab these octopus, and while they grab them and the octopus is squirming, they bite the back of its head to bite the brain out. Right. Kill them instantly like that. So yeah, you got, and that's supposed to be like you know,
humane.
I wouldn't say that.
Imagine having a meeting with him.
Right.
You know, like trying to.
But it's a part of the culture. It's like, oh, you got your first taco and you bit it. Like, oh, good job, fucking hammer. You know, like, so it's a part of the culture. So when you talk about people who you're separating their food from their culture, you're talking about somebody who's going to fight you, man. You got to talk about somebody who's going to, they're not just going to, okay, well, let me just try this out.
I know. I mean, yeah, I know.
So
it's hard for them, but it's that time now.
Right. So
the fight is on.
Right.
And,
so
you know, the fight is on. Hold on.
You got your head.
Yeah, so like that's been a big part of me thinking about, okay, where do I really need to be? You know, because I went out in Hawaii right around the time of the pandemic, when it started.
Yeah.
And seeing all this really just shows me like what I need to be ultimately. I don't need to be like first, like you can't approach somebody and really see what they're about until they show you. But these are the things that I need to like pay more attention to, as to where I need to like really build relationships and see who I'm going to be around.
Right.
When the heat, because the heat's just turning up, you know, when the trenches come around, you know, so.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's that's on the front lines, you know, the front lines of the mucus-free liberation movement, and that's what we see. You know, we you up on the front line, you're gonna see a few folks bite the back of the head of an octopus, and you know, it's like that's what we get to see. You know, so we see it so that our children don't have to. You know,
right.
You know, wash that all out of there. So all right, man. It was great having you on, man. I appreciate you plugging in, man. I always appreciate your energy, and you know.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Stay in touch and stay in touch in the on the meetup on Wednesdays when you can, and just let us know what's happening, man. Just stay in touch.
Right. All right. I appreciate you all.
Yeah, we
Have a
always
good night.
thinking about you, bro.
Yeah.
For life.
Peace. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Whoa. Omicron and the cats. And yeah, man. So we did another Unleash, man.
Yeah.
So,
Another Unleashed.
Yeah, so
got another one under the belt. You know, put 2020 to rest and getting ready for 2021, because it ain't gonna be much different than 2020 for, you know, as far as the outside world goes, but it's gonna be different for us because it's always different for us. You know, we living in a different reality.
yes.
And you know, we're gonna put that old like we say, our mission is to put this whole thing in the dustbin of history.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing.
We are actually doing it, and
Yeah.
people are responding, and we appreciate everybody who tuned in, and the support. We see you out there watching, and thanks for folks who called in on this new little platform. We like it. We probably keep it, you know, and do it again.
Yeah.
And will your podcast have this feature?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is what I'm using now.
Okay.
You know, and so
that'd be cool, man. If you know, you're doing the podcast on Thursdays, right?
Yeah.
Thursdays at what time?
6 o'clock.
Thursdays, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, Thursdays.
Eastern time. Yeah.
6 o'clock, and I guess we ought to go over our stuff. And we talked earlier about our Indiegogo campaign, and if anybody have a few spare dollars, we love your
give it to it hurts.
Appreciate your support there and
help us, because like musicians took it hard, man. Like
oh man,
I mean,
the artists, it was nothing really, for them.
You know,
artists,
and that's the way we've been, you know, existing, making a living, you know, playing music and stuff. And they just shut down auditoriums and concert halls and clubs and bars, and I mean, it was just
festivals and gatherings.
Festivals. It was just no mercy, man. I mean, that's why I'm waging war on them, is because they waged war on us. They just you're talking about taking the rug out from under somebody.
Right.
It was, boy, they took the rug and then, you know, just burnt the rug. And
right.
And we're just playing the kind of makeup right now. Like, what is it to do? And then the club owners or the bars that want to start hiring you back, they're using the excuse of not being able to get as many people in as to pay you less.
Oh yeah, of course.
And so it's like, we can't take less because less is nothing, because that's what you were paying us before the COVID.
Yeah, well, that's a whole. I mean,
So,
we could talk all day about just that.
Yeah, just that.
That's a whole other thing.
You know, with this GoFundMe, we want to do this music, and we want to represent and really put something out there that will stand the test of time, and represent what you're going through physiologically, man. You know, this is for the practitioners. This is for the music people who love the arts. And, so that's where this is gonna come from, man. So
so the link is in the description for that, or not, well, in the description, as well as I just threw it up in the chat. So if you can hit that and give what you can, we truly appreciate that. And then if you haven't ever signed up, if you're not signed up for the Mucus-free Life Insiders Club, link down there, sign up, get your free downloads, free gifts, free mucus-free recipes, and a couple other goodies there. And if you're interested in learning more, we got books that we publish. We got published 7 books, get you the Mucusless Diet Healing System, if anything. If you really want to just like cut in front of the line and get all this information, is effectively as possible. We got the Mucusless Diet Healing System e-course. Link is that in the description for that. And I basically take you by the hand and walk you through every lesson of the Mucusless Diet over the course of 2 months. And it's basically a college level course on the Mucusless Diet, where the Mucusless Diet Healing System book is the textbook for the course. So that's where we're at, and definitely appreciate you tuning in. And it's been a lot of fun. We got this final message here.
No peace. Come on. No justice. No peace. No justice.
So until next time, peace, love, and breath.
No peace. No justice. 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 No peace.